Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Oop, looks like I was tabbed into Juno. Hello, sorry we missed last week. I was off to spend the weekend with my partner as it was their birthday weekend. But we're back this week. It's been a heck of a week. Hello, we've got Paul, we've got Patrick, we've got Pedro in chat. Started hearing the menu music and thought I was going insane. Yeah, I'm sure you feel that way a lot considering you are one of the developers of this game. I'm sure you've listened to the music. More than a couple of times. How are we all doing, everyone? Yeah, it's been a hell of a week. I went into work on Monday, and then from Tuesday to Thursday, I had flu, and I could not get off the sofa. So it wasn't a guaranteed thing that this stream was going to happen. Hey, Black Eagle, got Steel Boy, goes blackout. But I'm better now. Not 100%, but well enough. I went into work today. If I hadn't been able to get into work today, I definitely would not have streamed tonight. Because it's not a good look, is it? Like, if you can't get into work, then your YouTuber personality streaming later on that day. I think my employers perhaps wouldn't have looked kindly on that. But no, I was able to get into work today. It's one of those illnesses where I suppose this is any illness where you can't go into work because of it, but I couldn't do anything productive. Like sometimes, yeah, if you're ill from uni, you're like, I feel a bit icky, but I'll play some games, I'll have some fun, kind of enjoy the time off. But no, I was absolutely wiped out. The most I could do was play a bit of Pokemon. So I've been playing through the Gen 3 Pokemon games. Those are the ones I grew up with. And I think seeing Nuzlocke and things all become really popular just reignited my love for those. And so I've almost completed the National Pokedex, so I'm playing through Emerald at the moment, which is the final one. So getting pretty close. I'm like 320 out of 386, so doing pretty well. But that's, a little insight into some of my hobbies outside of playing space games. But I don't think people would be too interested in Pokemon content on my channel. Pokemon, how dare you play Pal World, my dude. I've heard about that. That's like the knockoff one, isn't it? They're like suing them over. Power is weird. So, like, some of you might be wondering why the stream labels at the bottom with Corsaro and Paul are still there. OBS is just not working. I'm pressing restart stream labels. It says stream labels have been successfully restarted, and then they're still there. I don't know. I don't know why. So usually that should be per stream, like per session, that those reset, and they're not. So Streamlabs is having a stroke today, but that's fine. Cosaro and Paul, you can stay at the bottom of the screen. That's fine by me. Anyway, Juno. Let's play some Juno. No, it's Pokemon, but good. We sure? I don't know. I fell off of Pokemon again, like after Gen 3. Gen 3 was all I ever played. I don't have any interest, particularly after Gen 5 when they stopped being sprites, stopped being 2D sprites. As soon as it went 3D, it just lost all of its charm to me. And as soon as they just started cranking them out, I didn't understand why everyone hated Gen 3 until I played Ruby Sapphire recently to complete the Pokedex. And now I get it. Because I'd only ever played Leaf Green and Emerald, which I think are widely considered to be very good as a kid. And I was like, why does everyone hate Gen 3? And then I played Ruby Sapphire, the first two in Gen 3, and I get it. Ruby and Sapphire are not good. Not good. Just don't hold a candle to Emerald. Anyway, on to today's antics. Let's have a little look at what we were doing. So we were flying some aircraft. And, well, we didn't go through the sound barrier, as the title of that stream did say, because it ended up being a little bit more complicated than we expected. And we had some car troubles, but I have received a few tips and tricks. And also I didn't realize that later wheels gave you more grip. So we were trying to climb up a mountain with like basic car wheels. We need some better tires if we want to do that, I believe. We can get better tires here. Here we go. We've got smooth tires, racing rims. Off-roader would be what we want, right? Off-road wheel. Yeah, that's probably what we needed to do those. But we did them with a plane anyway, which I'm sure Pedro wasn't too happy about. Completing the car contracts with a plane. But I think it's it's a good sign. You can have a different approach to things and still complete the game. Definitely a part of the like 1.3 contract career revamp, because yeah, those contracts just weren't there last time we went in, which I think was why I was like, oh, we're going to break the sound barrier, do planes, because I'd gone straight into contracts to do plane flying before, and the 1.3 contracts don't work quite the same. There's more of a natural, steady progression to that, which I like, but I just wasn't entirely prepared for. Anyway, I believe we were aiming for OP leaf blowers, so we can get ourselves a Centaur engine and hopefully go supersonic today. We might need to make a rocket plane to go supersonic. Yeah, we could probably do a rocket plane now, but to be fair, yeah, so we could literally strap a druid into a chair and launch them through the sound barrier. We'd probably want like the cockpit. Yeah, and there's a specific seat for high GE. So we probably actually want to go for this then, if we want to build a rocket plane first. Because we have the tech for a rocket plane, and that's going to get him through the sound barrier easily. Karnassa's raiding me. I mean, there's not much of a raid, Karnassa, but, you know, thank you anyway. Karnassa sent me raid! Oh no! Oh, all of these new viewers on my stream. Whatever will I do? I'm being raided. Oh, woe is me. All of that engagement. Goodness me, you've ruined my stream. This engagement, this is raid in spirit, okay. That engagement is going to ruin me. Right, let's have a look. So we're going to do learning to fly, time trial for planes. We had a reasonable aircraft in the Fubuki. Here we go. And I think we pretty much got it flying quite well last stream. So we're just going to launch this thing and see if we can complete this contract. Need to remember how to fly it, but I was told you could edit, because I was complaining a bit about the autopilot last time. And it turns out it's because, unlike KSP, unlike everything in Juno, the autopilot is configurable. So I just need to configure the autopilot. So I believe it's over. Aha! Autopilot. Yeah, here it is. So you can actually click on this and adjust the parameters. You can actually change the PID control of the autopilot, which is really cool. Like, again, it's another reason, like, I get why the appeal of KSP is that just Lego brick. Stick it together, boom, it flies, it works. Whereas very much to me, the appeal of Juno is everything is configurable. You don't like the way something works, it's within the game, without needing mods, you just make it the way you want it to work. So for an actual aerospace engineer, it's like a dream come true. I don't know why I didn't even think about the fact that, yeah, obviously the Juno devs would let you tune the PID control of the autopilot. Like, like, I don't know, it's just seemingly such an obvious thing, right? You know? They were like, I'm just too used to KSP, I think. Right, I think, are our brakes on, or have we turned those off? We can't retract the landing gear yet. I think our brakes are... Oh, that's the brakes on. Okay, that's the brakes off. Cool. Learning to fly. Go through the checkpoints in order. Well, I think we can do that. Brady is live, indeed. Using rocket fins for the tail wings can make the plane misbehave. Oh. Okay. Do rocket fins behave differently to wing control surfaces then? Because I didn't know that. It would make sense if they did. If it wanted to fly like a rocket if you're using rocket stuff. That would make sense. Okay, here we go. I seem to remember this needing a bit of trim. Yep, it does need a bit of trim. Quite a bit of trim. Like, talking about 60 degrees? 60% trim. Is that pitching up? That is pitching up. Let's go more like 50. We got quite a comfy margin on these checkpoints. I think we're fine. So I'm not using the autopilot now, and this is flying like a dream. Yeah, I think we got this thing like pretty well tweaked and designed last time. We pulled some interesting maneuvers as well, like considering some of the targets for that rover contract that we completed with an aircraft were like halfway up the mountain between two valleys, and we did a full Beggars Canyon. That was my reenactment of it for those of you that weren't here to actually get those checkpoints. Because there was a climb a mountain contract that we needed to progress through the game, and I hadn't unlocked the right wheels we needed. And of course, you get more tech points by completing progression contracts. I didn't want to go do more satellite contracts. So I was like, well, I guess we'll find another way to do it. We'll build a plane to do the rover contract. And that is exactly what we did. Yeah, this thing flies great. I'm pretty happy with this. You don't really want horizontal or vertical tails having 0 angle of attack lift. What are we talking about? Are we saying that we should add a little bit of angle of attack? Yeah. Jimmy is right in that you don't really want your elevators having an angle of attack for when you're on the ground. For example, like if you had some built-in angle of attack on those elevators, then while you're trying to take off, you're speeding up, you'd be pitching down into the ground, which is not ideal. You'll find some fighter aircraft, as they want to be naturally unstable to make them more super maneuverable, will have control surfaces that have quite a steep angle of attack, but obviously we just wanted to make a nice, stable aircraft to fly these missions with, so we have quite a pedestrian design, let's say. Whoop! Oh! Oh, that's a beardy landing if I've ever seen one. Check that out. Like a glove. Let's put the brakes on. And voila. First try. How about that? Nailed it. Carrier landing. Yeah, that was. I love the wheels. The wheels in Juno behave like as you'd expect them to. Like, they're so bouncy in KSP and slippery, and you can't obviously have them at an angle and tilt it down. Whereas here, that behaves as you'd expect. Like, boom, you had quite a hard landing, but a bit of a skidding, but like the frictions as you'd expect. Like, that wasn't difficult to land. Like in KSP, that absolutely would have just flipped and died and exploded. Whereas here, I feel like that behaved as it should have. The landings in Juno have definitely been a lot more forgiving than KSP ones. Like, speaking from someone who has killed Kerbals in For All Kerbal Kind with plane landings. Awesome. Let's recover that. I am drinking Coronas today. Sponsored as usual by Corona Extra. I wish it was sponsored. But I do not, unfortunately, have a sponsorship from them. It's one of the few sponsorships I would take. I would do a full Fast and Furious and just have one in shot all stream. Just for a lifetime supply. I've never asked. Oh, Jimmy's in chat. I need to actually give Jimmy mod powers. Let me do that. Let me give you some more power, Jimmy. Moderator. Standard moderator. There we go. You have the power, Jimmy. Did your aerospace engineering degree have a specialization like aeronautics or space mechanics? It did, yes. So I officially did spacecraft engineering. So it was aeronautics and astronautics with a master's in spacecraft engineering. So it was particularly orbital mechanics, spacecraft design, spacecraft instrumentation was the main thing I was interested in. That's what I did my dissertation on as well. And I'm doing something similar now. I'm not doing spacecraft, but I'm doing instrumentation. I'm doing control systems, which is great, which I'm really enjoying. Village Race, round 1. Okay, I don't think we have any more progression missions in here. These are all, we just need to complete a few more contracts, I think, before those pop up. Or maybe unlock some techs, basically. But any of the checkpoints at the time to start. Go through all the checkpoints. Is this... Oh, this is a car race, I think. This isn't a flying one. Is there a flying one? Make a car and drive for 5 kilometers. Maximum speed of sound. Just under 100 meters per second. Stay under, fly horizontally, get to Mach 0.25. I think we can do that. We can do that with our propeller plane, I think. It might be possible with the propeller plane. We'll give it a go. I think we can get to that speed. If we do a little dive into it and then absolutely gun it with the engine, like, I think we can do it. We might need to whack another engine on or maybe slap a rocket engine on, but it'll be fine. That actually controlled really nicely. So I don't think we really need to tweak anything about this craft. Let's go for that one. I just want to do like plane contracts today. I want to work my way towards getting that cockpit, I think, and then just building a little... We'll probably build an ME-163, something akin to that, and just blast a rocket through the sound barrier. That'd be fun. When are you going to go crude? I'm going to go crude as soon as I have the tech for it. That's what we're working towards today. I don't really need the jet engines to do that. I would like to put a Druid through the sound barrier today. What's your favorite cheesecake? Are you trying to say cheesecake? Because my favorite cheesecake and my favorite cheese are two very different things. My favorite cheesecake would definitely be like the New York style, like the baked cheesecake, the baked vanilla cheesecake. They do them in Pizza Express with like the raspberry puree. That is amazing. That's what I like. When I make cheesecakes, I do the baked ones. You bake it in the oven. I have a story about baked cheesecakes. Anyone that knows me and is watching this, if there are any, will have heard this story and will probably be laughing at their screens right now because I get so like passionately angry about it. But there are a few things in life that make me quite as angry as this story. So let's just get this flying nicely. Yeah, we can get to 70 meters per second. So let's see if we can get up to 100. Just need to get the trim right. Yeah, 60 seems to be about right. Yeah, this can get to 100 meters per second, sure. So, essentially, back in uni, for a time, I lived with some housemates. And these were people on STEM degrees or doing medicine, you know, supposedly intelligent people. And I absolutely hated them. They were messy. They were horrible. They were not nice people. But obviously I just had to put up with them because, oh, okay, autopilot does not seem to like the trim. But anyway, I liked baking, so I tried to bake myself a baked cheesecake. And the thing about the baked cheesecake is that you cook it in the oven, and then you turn the oven off, and you have to keep the door closed and let it cool really slowly over the course of a couple hours. Otherwise, it'll just collapse. Because you obviously want it to be quite light. You don't want it to be a heavy cheesecake. I don't like heavy, rich things. It's a nice, light cheesecake. This is a good valley, I think, to dive into and get that 100 meters per second up. So anyway, so I write a note on the fridge when I'm about to leave it. I turn the oven off, and I'm like, right, I leave a note on the fridge that says, hey, cheesecake is cooling. Don't open the door. Because it will collapse. Oh, we're at Mach 0.25 already. There we go. That was easy. This thing really does want to pitch up a little bit too much there. I think we'll leave it on 50. Because of course, the faster it gets, the more it wants to pitch up. Oh, that was easy. So yeah, I said this plane could do it. Let's see if we can land it back at the old space center, though. Ooh. Cut this close. So anyway, fairly. Oh. We're gonna scrape the wheels. We're gonna scrape the paint. Oh, we're fine. So fairly idiot-proof instructions I write on the oven, and we had two ovens. Don't open the door. Okay. So people are saying, oh, did they open the door? People could think they can see where it's going, but you don't. Trust me, you don't know where this is going. So, honestly, I might have forgiven them if they just opened the door. But no, we have two ovens, and I was using one oven. The other oven was free. Completely free, hadn't been used. So I come back down 2 hours later, and the oven I was using is on. And I'm like maybe they didn't know it was in there. The note came off. And they turned it on to heat it up to put something else in. So I'm like, whoa, did you not see the note? There's a cheesecake in there. And there's like 3 of them in there. 3 supposedly intelligent people on STEM degrees. And they go, no, we saw the note. It's fine. We put it in the other oven. And all 3 of them were there just like, yeah, perfectly reasonable thing to do. All 3. And I am there just like dumbfounded. Like, I could not physically conceive of someone being that stupid. So they look at the 2 ovens. One oven, cooling cheesecake in, don't open door, still warm, slowly cooling. They need to use the oven. So any normal, rational person would just use the other oven. But no. They don't just use the other oven. No, they open the door, which I said not to do, take the cheesecake out of the warm oven, put it into the other cold oven, and then use the other oven. And then when I'm like, I told you not to open the door, they're like, oh no, it's fine. We put it in the other oven, which is cold. And all three of them agreed that that was the right thing to do. Oh, hello. Plane did a little flip. Okay. Little backflip at the end. Nothing wrong with that. I was too busy ranting about... Oh, yeah, we lost our tail fin. Whoops. Like... Oh, we need to stop the craft. How do we... I'm pressing brake, but it's not braking. Okay, well, now it's stopped. And I am still, to this day, like, I do not... And they didn't understand, like, why I was annoyed. They were like, oh, I don't know what you're getting upset about, you know. They were big fans of gaslighting, actually. That was probably the most casual instance of it. But to this day, like, it still makes me angry. If they had just opened the door and taken it out, I would have been less angry. But it's just like... How do you... short circuit your brain, put together 2 and 2 and get 17 and then be proud of it? Like, oh no, it's fine, we moved it into the other oven. Like, and surely it's more effort to do that than to just use the other oven. What? I still do not know. I genuinely, I am still baffled. I didn't share any of that cheesecake with them. I was going to share like half of it because I was making it for family and stuff, and friends. But I was going to let them have a good chunk of it. No, I did not share a piece of it. People are saying how bad was the cheesecake damage. Thankfully, they opened it like half an hour before it was supposed to come out. So it wasn't too bad. Like, just in the middle, like, it sank a little bit. There were like cracks across the top because it had like a glazed finish. So the middle sank a tiny little bit. But it was fine. Like, it tasted fine. And I think I would have been more annoyed if it had been completely destroyed. If they'd opened it earlier, it would have collapsed. So, you know, it sank a little bit, but it was okay. To be fair, I didn't initially realize the issue with putting it in a cold oven either. The whole point is that the oven was warm. It needed to cool slowly. I said, don't open door. Oh, okay, we'll just open the door, take it out, put it in cold oven. Well, you might as well just take it out and put it on the side. Like, there's no difference there. And it's just like... Clearly, I don't understand how you can be that stupid. I will never understand. Oh, Valley Air Race. Time trial for planes. Get your gloves tight. Go through all the checkpoints in order before the time runs out. Yeah, hell yeah, let's do that. We're getting some good use out of this. We can just launch Fubuki Village Runway. Boom. We don't actually need to go into build each time. Worst thing I've ever had a roommate do is slap a piece of Swiss cheese to the door and get upset when I tried to take it off. It was there for a week. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Awful. Right. We're going to fly off Ibuki a little bit more. Yeah. There's a reason I lived alone for the last 2 years at uni. I had awful experiences in halls first year. And then even worse experiences living with those people second and third year. Just, yeah, people are stupid and people are lazy. And what the hell just happened there? Okay. Clearly the plane had some opinions about what I was saying. And people are selfish and people are inconsiderate, you know. Don't get me started about washing up. Everyone's got an axe to grind about washing up, so I wouldn't be able to add anything to the discussion there. But man, I do not miss it. I lived alone for the last 2 years of uni, which was facilitated by YouTube. I would not have been able to afford to live by myself if I didn't have support on Patreon. And that was all happening when For Kerbalkind came back after my back injury, which is why I had the Vostok video. That's when I first created my Patreon, and I was like, look, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to afford to basically to keep making these. Like, time-wise, I thought I might have to take on because it just wasn't an option to me to not live alone, so I thought I might have to take on some tutoring or something. To pay the bills. And I was like, look, I don't know if I'm going to have time for this, so I'm making a Patreon when I'd previously said I wouldn't. Oh, let's set the trim before we forget. About 50%. Pick up some speed. And I was expecting to get like a couple patrons. And then I just, for the size, I've spoken about this before on Juno streams. For the size of YouTuber I am, I have an insane amount of support on Patreon. I have such wonderful, generous members of my community. And I wouldn't have been able to do what I've done for the past few years without it. Which, you know, it really blew me away, like the amount of support I got after that video. Not just, you know, financial support, but also just the number of kind words and stuff. Because obviously I had a long hiatus from For All Kerbal Kind. Obviously we've had a couple hiatuses now, but we hopefully shouldn't have any more. No episode has already been premiered. It's coming out on Sunday, if you look at Karnas's channel. Oh, for some reason my controls are inverted. My yaw is inverted. My yaw right and yours left. That's probably the rocket fins doing what Pedro said they'd do. Don't know how I invert that. Probably have to invert it in the build. That's going to make this a little complicated to fly. Okay, we should probably replace those with actual wing parts then, rather than fins. We'll go and do that after this. But yeah, no, honestly, I was blown away by the amount of support on that video, and that Vostok video did really, really well. That's where we did the cover of Everybody Wants to Rule the World, which I'm still really happy with. And the series recovered. Like, I didn't expect anyone to still be watching For All Kerbal Kind. So I'd had series with a big hiatus before, and usually they don't recover anywhere near as well as For All Kerbal Kind does. For All Kerbal Kind seems to be able to recover from really, like, multiple long hiatuses. It's recovered from 3 of them now, just fine. Which is pretty awesome. Awesome community. I think having it spread across 3 YouTubers helps, because even if one of us doesn't upload for a while, like, there's still an active community, there's still stuff being done, still live streams, still people talking about it, you know. You know that we haven't just died or quit YouTube or something. Like, you always... And I always try to keep people informed. I have a lot of sympathy for YouTubers that quit. You got, like, loads. It's like a year for YouTubers quitting. I've got a lot of understanding of that over the years. And YouTubers that burn out and don't want to make videos anymore. I get it. I've been in that headspace a couple of times. I think I have always put my work-life balance first. Almost at the expense of the channel plenty of times. You know, long hiatuses being an obvious example. And therefore, I've never lost my passion for it. It's always been something I've enjoyed. I've been very careful to maintain a separation between it and what I wanted to do as a career. You know, I wouldn't be able to do streams on Friday nights, right? Like, after a full week of work otherwise, if I didn't love it, if I didn't enjoy it. You know, it's creatively fulfilling for me. But I can understand that. But what I will never have really any understanding of or really sympathy for is just dropping off the face of the earth, right? Like, you don't have to make a video for it, but like when I had my health problems, my back was injured and everything, like I posted stuff in the community tab. I was still active on my Discord. You know, I didn't want people to just think I just upped and died. Whereas you got some folks like Macy Dean and a few others who did literally just drop off the face of the earth. It's kind of something that Tape Gaming did as well. And I feel like when you've built up quite a passionate... I had to miss a tree there because they do have collisions. When you built up quite a passionate audience for the stuff you do, I feel like you do owe people at least an explanation. You don't owe people content. You don't owe people more videos if you decide that you don't enjoy it anymore. You don't have time for it anymore. You don't want to do it anymore. But, you know, it costs you nothing to just put a quick post in the community tab saying where you've been. Because I didn't know where Tape Gaming had really gone until I brought him on for that Collaborative Warfare anniversary stream, which was when I was designing the Cloud City for Beyond Kerbal. And we had a good talk about it. Because, you know, I knew where Agonarch went, which is why Collaborative Warfare ended when it did, and that was obviously because he became a father. Which, you know, if there's any reason to stop making silly YouTube videos blowing up little green aliens, it's probably a very, very valid one. Dropping off the face of the earth reminds me of Tape, yeah. Yeah, I didn't even look at the chat. Like, and we went to exactly the same headspace there, Jimmy. Passionate audience of Tape. I wonder who that could be. Well, that's the thing. Like, Tape started a whole format with Fighter Jet Showdown. A format that Scott Manley copied, let me remind you. Tape invented that, and then Scott Manley did a bigger version of it. And there's nothing wrong with that, taking it and running with it. But, like, that's how incredible that idea was. And that idea came from his subscriber designs. Like, he did subscriber designs, like, every couple of weeks. And he just got a bunch of fighter jets submitted and thought, oh. And so he did a subscriber designs episode called Fighter Jet Showdown. He just did a battle, battles between different fighter jets. And people loved that so much. He just made it a regular thing, Fighter Jet Showdown. Like, what a great idea. Have people submit aircraft, have them battle with, different rules and the engagements. Have, the top design win that season. He did a couple of seasons of it, and he had such a competitive and active, passionate community on that. It was such a good idea that Scott Manley did it. And I remember when Scott Manley announced it, I'm like, wait a minute, I've seen this one. And I looked at the comments, and like half the comments were, didn't Tape Gaming do this? Like, this reminds you of Tape Gaming's Fighter Jet Showdown. And I don't know for sure that Scott saw Tape's thing, but he was aware of Tape's existence. He's aware of my existence because we did the collaboration station together. And we used to chat in the old KSP YouTubers Skype. That's how long ago that was. That was like 2014, wasn't it? 2015, I think. That was when we were doing Fall of Kerbin. And I hadn't actually launched any rockets in ages. Like, I didn't launch any rockets in KSP for a while because I was too busy building battleships and tanks and stuff. I got really into my plane design though, which certainly, didn't hurt my degree. Really into my World War II history as well. I got really passionate about it. I watched loads of History Channel documentaries, which probably weren't the best source of information, but we moved. But I did read a lot of books as well. I read Stalingrad, a lot of Anthony Beaver stuff. I'm still proud of Fall of Kerbin. Such a good series. I'm not proud of a lot of the stuff I do. I'm quite a fan of every now and then I go back and I just private huge sections of my channel that I'm not proud of. A lot of people notice that a huge amount of the Let's Play content I've done in the past has just vanished from my channel. Some of it I made unlisted, like the popular stuff that people went back and rewatched, like To Boldly Go and stuff I've just unlisted. So the playlists are still public, you can still watch it, still access it, but it's just not on the channel page. But some of it I am definitely proud of. I think the Mars Horizon series was really good. I think when the sequel comes out, I definitely want to stream that because I really enjoyed that game. And I'm really proud of most of my KSP series. My sort of first KSP series, which was KSP Interstellar, like I'm not that proud of. That's private now. But people still remember that. People were talking about it on the Discord just the other day. Like, oh, I've been around since KSP Interstellar. I'm like, bruh, what a throwback. We're getting some really nice views of Drew here, aren't we? Beautiful alpine region. I hope we're going to be able to complete this contract in time. This isn't really the fastest aircraft. Probably put it... Oh, we got our... what was the... Go? Oh, it was C, wasn't it? Yeah, so... We got our camera on the front. That's fun, isn't it? Can we look around in this? No, we can't. Okay, that makes sense. We got our chase view. Yeah, let's fly in the chase view for a bit. Yeah, that's cool. A little bit more fighter jet-like, isn't it? I do like that the chase view is kind of like the improved chase camera mod in KSP, in that it doesn't just lock to the attitude of the aircraft. It sort of smoothly follows the velocity marker. This thing's got a wicked oscillation because I'm struggling to control it with the janky rudder. It's got a... So we call these fugoid oscillations in aerospace. It's when something's not quite stable, so if you don't damp the oscillation with a deflection of the control surfaces, they just get worse and worse and worse and worse. Flying it in the chase view is not helping there. Oh, I didn't want to switch to that. There we go. Okay. And it's just because this thing can't handle really going quite that fast. I guess. I'm just trying to like work with the inverted rudder. You've got very poor lateral stability in general. Yeah, we do. It's because of these massive wings. We need a bigger rudder, and we need a rudder that isn't inverted, essentially. I saw Jimmy's an expert on this stuff after doing Fighter Jet Showdown. Although obviously I did flight mechanics courses on my degree, and I talk about the basics of flight control, it wasn't my speciality. I passed the exams, but I wasn't interested in it, if I'm honest. Aerodynamics and everything, it was all very complicated. And there was nothing new to be said. We're just learning stuff that other people have worked out a long time ago, really. Unless you were really, really good at maths, which I have never been. Which always surprises people. But yeah, I was always interested in the spacecraft, orbital mechanics, astronautics, space environment, space debris. That was my favorite module on the entire course. I'm doing a few videos based upon stuff I learned in that module. Got those in the pipeline. Though the priority is for all Kerbal Kind for next weekend, which I'm doing this weekend. And then I've got a video on my Venus rover project, which people have been asking about ever since I spoke about it on that lunar landing live stream. But yeah, this plane was a bit sort of thrown together, really. I'd be curious if the game has stability information. That's one thing I love about Ferrum Aerospace. That mod to KSP. It's been really useful in For All Kerbal Kind in telling you your stability derivatives. Which, even if you don't understand them, thankfully they color-coded green and red as to whether they're good or bad. And obviously, having done flight mechanics modules, I know that when they're red, what to adjust to make it stable. But they're essentially coefficients for the different axes of the aircraft. Yeah, we're going to finish this in plenty of time. Different axes of the aircraft, the different freedom... all the different... What's it called? Like, your movement... Something of freedom. The term has just completely slipped my mind. Degrees of freedom, that's it. Degrees of freedom. So you just got, you know, some of them you want to be negative because when you increase like your pitch up, you want it to start pitching down automatically for a stable aircraft. Whoop! I think we're gonna... Another happy landing! Cool. We'll take that. Yeah, our brakes probably need to get a little bit stronger. I'm sure they won't thank us for crashing into the hangar at the end of the runway. Main benefit of VTAL structures is simplicity or stealth. The conventional tails will be better and easier to write controls for. Jimmy is right there. Yeah. The reason you usually find like a raised tail is to lift it out of the disturbed airflow from the wings. You receive VTALs quite often if they carry stuff on top of them. Like you had a VTAL for the Antonov 225 because of course it carried components of the Buran space shuttle, so it just needed the space flat out, so you had to have them control surfaces removed from that. There's all sorts of reasons why, but a VTAL doesn't give you more control. There are all sorts of reasons why you would want one, but more control, you can't beat just a giant rudder, basically. Learning to fly round 2. Or, yeah, village race, we don't want that one. We'll do this one. All checkpoints in under 4 minutes. Travel distance is 11.2 kilometers. Can we do that? Probably. Might need to make some modifications. I don't think Corsaro or Paul are even on this stream. So I might, since I can't reset this stream label, yeah, I don't know why. I might just hide that. Because it's kind of bugging me. There we go. Okay. Right, so first things first, these need to go in the bin because we need to use wings rather than rocket fins because they're not quite working. which, you know, I probably should have known. But yeah, we're using design for rockets, so fair enough. There we are. Let's shrink this bad boy down. Where'd our control surface go? Guess we need to must have removed it. How do we add it? Add control surface. Aha! There we are. Cool. We want this to be for our pitch. It's probably all fine. And then we can just copy that to there. And this wants to be a heck of a lot larger. That's probably a little bit too large, actually. Yeah, that'll do. Cool. That's for our yaw. Cool. I don't know if it'll need inverting or not, but probably not. Let's apply this custom paint scheme to... Oh, no, that's not it. What paint scheme did I use for those? Is it this one? No, it was light metal, wasn't it? Trying to remember which paint scheme I used. Is there a way of finding out which paint scheme I used on the other ones? I could have sworn it was light metal. Yeah, but the accents. Alright. Oh yeah, they are painted with that. Okay. Trim 1, is it trim 2? No. Trim 3? No. Trim 4? Nope. Oh. No, that's clearly not right. Okay, that's not the wrong. That's not the right scheme. Badly which the game would highlight which trim affects which part of the craft. Yeah, is it this one? Ah, it's this one. Okay, cool. There we go. Give us this paint scheme, please. I guess we want back the light metal for the main thing. I accidentally set the... Ah, no! Which trim do we want for this? That one. And then trim 1, we want to be that. Okay, there we go. We figured it out. We got it. Doesn't all look exactly the same. Was it brushed light metal we had? Yeah, it's brushed light, I think. Trim 3? No. Trim 2. And trim 4. There we go. We got there in the end. Voila. Okay. Cool. We got it. That'd be a little bit better. Do we give it 2 engines? I think we do. I think we give it 2 engines. Build up a little bit more speed. We've got to have a structural panel thing in here, right? Strut. Can we just bolt that anywhere? Oh, yeah, we can. Can we bolt it to the wing? Oh, no, we can't. Okay. Just a little block instead, maybe? Can you attach anything to the wing? No, I guess we could attach it and then offset it onto the wing. That would work. Just need a little like node for our engines to attach to. We'll go for one of these. There we go. 2 of them. Can we deform that in any way? No. Can we stretch it? No, we can increase it or decrease the size, but we can't stretch it. Oh, I did not mean to do that. There we go. Okay, that's fine. Let's put that onto there. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, it's okay. And then we'll just offset it onto the wing. That's fine. There's probably a better way of doing this, but this works, so we're just gonna roll with it. Okay. I like that the wings actually have an airfoil shape now as well. I think that's new in the latest update. Or 1.2 at least. Newish anyway. Right, and we just add some little nacelles. Get this nice and clear of our landing gear, which we still can't retract. Just stick that. Or do we just put it there? Little engine nacelles. That looks kind of cool. Sure. Looks a little silly, but that's alright. There we go. I got it 1.2. Yeah, because I remember they used to be flat. Ballin'. Yes. Damn right. Damn right we ball in. Don't want them interfering with the airflow of those, but yeah, that's a perfectly okay place to put these. I guess, do we still want to have it be a pusher configuration, or do we want it to be a puller? I think at this point, it probably makes more sense to have it the other way around and be a puller, right? Like that. Yeah, that looks better. Makes more sense from an aerodynamics standpoint as well. Not that I'm sure that it necessarily models that, but yeah, I think that's better. We need these to be red now, though. Red! Red Charlie boy! Right, it's got to be like trim 2. Ah, bugger. We control Z that? Oh, we can. Okay, phew. Trim 1. No. Okay, this is one thing I'm not so sure I like. Like, if it highlighted what part you'd be changing the color of. No. Oh, bugger. I might be clicking on the wrong thing. That I want to change the color of. Trim 4. I must have missed it. Trim 1? No, it's not that one. Trim 2. No, it's not that one. That. Trim 3. Doesn't change anything. Trim 4. Doesn't change it. How do I make that not blue? Make the whole thing red, but how, which trim is that? It's not trim 4. Not trim 3. It's not trim 2. And it's not trim 1. I guess the only option is to make all of it red. And then go through and change the other ones. That seems dumb. I shouldn't have to do that. Okay. Oh, was it primer? It wasn't trim. It wasn't trim. It was the easiest one all along. I am just stupid. Okay. I think it was, these were light metal, weren't they? Oh, no, that's wrong. We want brushed light metal. Ah, that's better. Wonderful. Or is it brushed heavy metal? Yeah, that looks better, doesn't it? Yeah, a little bit darker. Okay, cool. Right, we'll go with that. Did not mean to do that. I keep rearranging the camera and I accidentally click things. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to move that down there. Let's turn the grid off just so we can adjust that to the middle of this airfoil. Are we happy with that? I mean, it looks a little bit weird, but it'll do. And move it a little bit back along the wings now. Yeah, it looks a little bit better there, doesn't it? Oh, these are still... Oh my god, blue tips. Let's change the color of those to red as well. Is that going to be the primary? No. No, no, it is not. Is that going to be the secondary? Nope. We're going to be here a while doing this. There we go. It's got to be red. Change the color of that camera as well. There we go. Red. Red Charlie boy. No one knows where that reference is from. Do drop it in the chat, because I'll be not impressed, but I'll respect you. Okay, then we just need to change this motor because I believe we want to reverse the direction. Invert? Let's try that. Because otherwise it'll push us backwards. Which would not be good. Or is it the propeller that we wanted to change? I mean, it doesn't really matter. We can spin it backwards and it will still work, but... So our pitch is at 60 degrees. Those blades come awfully close. In fact, they impact the fuselage. So we need to move that out a little bit. Okay, my bad. Cool. That should work. No variable blade pitch angle? Yeah, you can change it. Here it is. Change the pitch of those. So really you should probably just put that to -60 and then leave the thing as it was. That would make much more sense, wouldn't it? Okay, cool. This has changed enough. We're gonna save it as the Futu key. It's going to Fubuki too, but I think that's more fun. Cool. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, variable span-wise along the blade. Maybe. Maybe that's something you unlock. I can't say that it's not in the game because I haven't played this game for long enough. But it might be. It might not trim 4, 3, 2, or 1. Skips primary. Yes, I'm sorry, Pedro. I'm sorry. I don't know if that's a thing. Pedro will have to tell you that. Where did my rocket go? You never had a rocket. Not in this stream. I realize the back of this looks kind of janky now. Probably need to have a more elegant tail plane there. But that's fine. Here we go. Let's fly this there. I meant to up the brake torque, didn't I? But I didn't. Oh well. See how this thing flies. The pitch is right. The yaw is now correct, which is nice. Our roll is also correct. Yeah, okay, cool. Our controls all accurate. Awesome. Vroom, vroom. I feel like our engines can maybe be a little bit louder. I could probably turn that up in the settings. Still need a bit of trim. There we are. but that's okay. Yeah, this is much faster. Much more power. Okay, as we're getting faster, we need to lower the amount of trim we got. Might up the sound of the engines a little bit. Where's our audio? Oh, here we go. Sound volume. Oh, it's just a... Okay, it's already at 100%. I could up the entire game and just reduce the music volume. So if we reduce that to like 70, and then just up the game sound just a wee little bit, so you guys can hear it. Let's try that. Yeah, it's a little bit better. Is that better, guys? It's when you'll be able to hear the plane. A bit more fun. Yeah, this thing flies so much better. I probably should have just used... yeah, it was definitely because it was rocket fins, isn't it? If you actually use wings, the plane works better. Wow! Who'd have thought? The plane parts are designed for planes, and the rocket parts are tuned for rockets. Does it just... I'm not touching the keyboard. I don't know. This thing flies just fine. So, yeah, this flies way better. This thing is stable... I was about to say stable as a British government, but that would be the exact opposite of what I was trying to say. I just had Theresa May in my mind going strong and stable leadership. That certainly aged well, didn't it? Oh, this plane flies like a dream. This flies so much better. Don't have retractable landing gear yet, but yeah, that's the next on the agenda. Better, you can hear the engines. Okay, cool. We're racing through these checkpoints. Hey, what? I thought we had 2 more checkpoints left. Why is there... Oh, because there's one at the top. Okay. We need to lose a lot of this speed. We're actually going really fast. Let's do a classic little loop-de-loop. Or more of a split S, actually. And just lose some of that speed. We've got 2 minutes left. We've got plenty of time. I have control of the range safety. Can you set up reverse thrust? Absolutely, I could probably reverse these. I don't know if I can do it in flight. Whoop. We're going to like end up stalling this thing onto the runway. Come on. Like a glove. Oh, that was the wrong button. I meant to press brakes. I pressed the change view button. Oh, we were so close. So close. Yeah, okay. I balls that one up. That was my fault. I didn't expect it to end as fast as it did. I forgot that there were 2 checkpoints on the runway. I thought we still had a few more checkpoints to fly through. I should have cut the engines a lot faster. You can have throttle be a negative input. That would work. That would work. I can connect these to something other than throttle. But let's have a little look. See if throttle's like here. On the left. Throttle. No, throttle is between 0 and 100. But I could connect the power of these to something that can go negative, and that would work. But throttle, by its nature, is 0 to 100. But we could change what this is linked to. So we could link it to something else. Like brake, and then link the brake to the throttle. No, the brake's 0 to 100 as well. Just link it to slider 1. That would probably make more sense, wouldn't it? And then we could have reverse thrust. We'll do that for the next one, I think. It gives you a little bit more control over it. Probably makes sense to link blade pitch. See, on my degree, we really did not do much. We did a lot to do with jet engines. And a lot to do with rocket engines. We did nothing with propellers, really. We learned a little bit about it, but I really don't know much about blade pitch, much about propellers at all. Propeller design, helicopters, we didn't do it. So it's really not my area of expertise. So it was aeronautics and astronautics. It was primarily focused on, you know, we did a little bit on turboprops, but even then we only did like the power plant. We did nothing on propeller designs. Oh boy, I'm doing nothing but props for my senior design. It's only a big old VIP transport turboprop. Yeah, it's a different degree. Assuming you're doing a degree, Jimmy. See, if I wanted to do that stuff, I would have gone to Bristol. Bristol did that kind of stuff. Bristol is pretty much the best uni in the UK for aircraft aerospace. Southampton is the leading one for spacecraft. Now, you can do a lot of aerodynamic stuff. They have the RJ Mitchell wind tunnel at Southampton. Big on aerodynamics and all that good stuff. But, yeah, it wasn't really the focus of the course. Which is funny for me, because that wasn't really what I was interested in. If it was what I was into, I would have gone to Bristol. Oh, my controls are inverted again. How's that happened? My yaw is, inverted again. At least it's like laterally stable this time. See, it's naturally stable. That oscillation decreases. Oh, but my flying does not get much better. Oh no. Whoa. Oh, we missed it. Oh, god damn it. I thought we had that. So yeah, it's naturally stable now, which is nice. Flies quite well. But my flying does not really do it justice. Get the range safety ready. He's heading to the village. I'm like, oh no, it's that crazy penguin again. With his crazy flying machines. Those magnificent penguins in their flying machines. Whoop. There we go. Okay. Just deafen everyone within a mile radius. The screeching of the tires. Yeah, it's a lot easier to land in this game than it is in KSP. Oop. There we are. Push the wrong button again. But we actually landed in one piece. We didn't crash into the building at the end of the runway. Their rent must be cheap. Okay. Tech tree. We still haven't got any more tech points. How are we going to get more tech points? That's what I want to know. We get tech points for this. Here we go. Okay. Let's explore. You can farm the same contracts over and over. See how many contracts you can get. We've done 33. If we do 50, we get 40 tech points. How many do we need to get the things we need to get to do a rocket plane? We need fasten your belts, which is 50, and getting comfy, which is 70. So we need 120. So we need another 100 points. Oh, this is cool. You can like customize the cockpit. That's awesome. Okay. This is where we're going to get those, I think. We've completed the altitude records. Top speed, we're not going to get that. Explosions, we get 20 tech points if we just blow some stuff up. Okay, interesting. We could get to money, number of launched craft, money spent, fulfilled contract. Yeah, see, these are extra milestones, you were saying, yeah. And we can also go visit places. And these are other milestones here. So if we find the drone ship, we get 100 tech points. The South Pole, ground station, Bliss ground station. Do we have to send a druid to those, or do we just visit them? Who wants to go visit a landmark? Do we want to do that? I don't see us getting that many more tech points. That fast. I mean, we're completing these plane contracts. Pretty quick, but someone coded a hill climb racing game to run on that display. Farming landmarks on Brigo and Luna with upper stages from satellite missions is OP. Maybe we'll go for one of the... Let's just cut the engines for a sec, actually. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Cut those engines. We actually, this code, let's do the reverse thrust as well. I think we're not too... Oh, gosh, okay, we are a little ways from some of these landmarks. We could definitely launch a plane from Alley Base. I mean... Then again, we could go over here, Bliss Ground Station. We could make that. We could do that trip. We got enough batteries. Yes, not that far. We've got time warp. We're going to do that. We're going to go visit that. That will give us everything we need. We're going to get our reverse thrust going because I think we'll probably have to land at it, right? So let's edit the craft, get our reverse thrust. Maybe add some more batteries. I'm also going to just, for the sake of my sanity, there we go. Just do that. How do I shrink that? Why don't we shrink it? Oh, there we go. Cool. We can't put batteries in that, can we? No, we can't. Okay, that's fine. But I think we've got a pretty big battery here, so I think probably fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. We'll make it a bit bigger, just to be sure. We'll just make that a big chunk of the fuselage, and just wait. So what was it? What was it before? Okay, here we go. So that's 5 meters. If we shrink that to 3. Yeah, cool. Okay, make sure we've got plenty of batteries. That's going to have messed with our center mass, most likely. Here we go. Yeah, I think I need to move those wings a bit forward. Because we have a habit of tilting forward anyway, don't we? Oh, we probably need to tilt these wings up as well. Okay, let's add a little bit of angle to these. Yeah, that'll work. Oops. And then we will paint. It was brushed light metal. We're going to raise these wings a little bit. A little bit of wing dihedral. Yeah, we've already got a little bit of that. Just need to raise them up a bit. You raise me up so I can fly to a Drew landmark. You raise me up. Okay. I would do that. Oh. Oh, whoops. And did my tweaking. Oh, I need to turn these off because I can't see anything. That'll probably help, wouldn't it? Okay. A little bit of built-in angle of attack. That will help. That's probably fine. Oh, I was editing the wrong one. There we go. We want this. Move in a little bit. There we are. We have a perfect little endurance plane. Heavy ass engines on the front. Give me 70% of the weight. Way too nose heavy. Yeah, we're fine. It's fine. Don't know what you're jibber jabbing about. We're fine. I am going to change the texture on this though, because it's annoying me. We want rivets. There we go. Can we change the texture on this? This is where all our electronics and stuff are, so I don't want to just have the rivets on it, but grooves maybe? No. Panels. I like that. We'll go with panels. That looks nice. Right, cool. We have our plane. Let's save that. Oh, I didn't do the motors, did I? Or they're coupled to motor input. Here we go. Slider 1. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. I should have done it for both of them. Yes, it did. Cool. Let's save it now. There we go. I'm actually starting to apply the stuff I learned on my degree. God forbid. I just try not to get too sweaty in my streams. I'm just happy you finally added incidents. Yeah, it needed. It needed an angle of incidents. Earlier, I thought you were just talking about the control surfaces at the back. But yeah, on the main wing, yeah, you want an angle of attack. You want some built-in angle of attack. That means as we're accelerating forward, we'll just gently lift off the runway. Otherwise, you have to sort of be pitched up when you're traveling forward, and it just creates loads of drag. Like this way, we're aerodynamic and we're producing lift just going in a straight line, right? And our wings are producing lift because they're at an angle of attack. Yeah, angle of attack like that. So you're flying like that. It's the most efficient way for you to fly. We've got a little bit of wing dihedral already, and they're raised. So yeah, I think that's quite a nice looking aircraft. This is going to be fine. Okay. We do, however, need to have our slider 1 because that is now our throttle. So let's just test this. So we can go forwards. Can we go backwards? Oh, yeah, we can. Reverse thrust, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. Hell yeah, I love this game. That's so cool, just that you can do that. They really do take everything being procedural to the absolute limit, and I love it. Okay, we can complete this, but we're also going to obviously fly us in different places. So now the rudder is definitely working correctly. So I don't know why our controls were inverting last time. Maybe it's after we get to a certain speed? I don't know. That shouldn't happen. We'll see. Yeah, we don't need quite as much trim now. Still a little bit of trim needed, 15%, but that's a lot better than it was. It means the aircraft is a little better designed. I wish we could lose these landing gear. We could try and like knock them off on a mountain, but that would be a little excessive. Oh, even that's a bit too much trim actually. Once we got to speed, 0 trim. We did design it right. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, it just needs to get to speed, that's all. Or it needs a little bit, just like a little nudge. 5%. Even 5% is too much. Can we just lock our heading? No, not quite. Okay. It's fine. We'll figure it out as we fly. Okay. Right. Where are we going? Can we set the ground station on like as a heading? Like on the nav ball? Can we do that? Set as current target. Aha! There we go. Wonderful. Beautiful. 1,000 kilometers. Gonna be here a while. Okay. How much time warp can this handle? This is when we should probably tweak. We should probably get the autopilot working. Okay, we're flying, so that's going to be the best time to really tune this. So let's tune the autopilot now while we're flying, right? So. Okay. Proportional. Yeah. This needs to be a fair bit higher. As you can see, like, it needs to be proportional to the amount it needs to pitch down. So if we set pitch at the horizon, so over time, we need to have a bit of integral because we need to, because integral closes the zero, like the steady state error, right? So say you want to get here, and your control response is doing a curve up to here. This gap here is closed by an integral, okay? Because it's integrating, saying, oh, okay, over time, I've still got this much steady state error. Close that. That's what the integral does. The derivative gives you the rate at which this changes, this curve of the response changes. So you want to get that, because if it's too sharp, you'll get a random oscillation like that. Too low, it'll just overshoot. And then proportional is, okay, how big is that initial response? You're here, you want to get to here. How big is the response to get to there? So you want to have a little bit of derivative. And already that's doing pretty well. Let's see if we can knock it off target. Yeah, see, it's drifting there. We still need I think a bigger derivative and a bigger integral, because it's taking a while to close that steady state error. And now we're we're sort of oscillating there, which means the derivative is going to be a little bit high. Anyway, that's Beardy's guide. Very basic guide to control systems. You have way too much damping. Yeah, is that... What are these ones down here? What are the difference to... Oh, that's just pitch. There's ones for roll as well. Okay. Tiny little bit. I've got all my control equations in a binder there, but I'm not going to get them out. Ooh, okay. Actually, maybe we don't want anything on the roll. Actually, I think we'll control the roll. Or maybe not. Oh yeah, there we go. It doesn't really overcorrect the roll now. I think we'll just control the roll. That's fine. We don't really want to be gaining quite this much altitude. We'll pitch down a little bit. I think we maybe have a little bit too much built-in angle of attack there, because you can see our prograde marker is we're traveling up when we're trying to travel forwards. But that's fine. Okay, we're pretty much on target though, so hopefully... Time warp, ladies and gentlemen. Time warp. And boom, we're flying. Check it out. Can we control the camera with the arrow keys? No. What we can do is... Meow. That was a weird view. A strange flyby view it shows there. Flyby cinematic. Okay, there is a way you can manually control that. But it's choosing interesting angles. Probably because we're in time warp, right? Would the flyby be a little bit... no. The flyby is still choosing a strange position to fly us by from. I think it would use the velocity vector to do that, but no, not apparently. Oh, we should add a little bit of each of these. Because, yeah, otherwise it's not controlling the roll at all. There we go. And we have autopilot. So this is probably going to oscillate back and forth. I want to see if it'll eventually... Yeah, it's way too damped. Oh, that's not damped enough. I think because it's in time warp, it's not helping. There we go. That should be fine. Okay, try that. That's even more unstable. It's just we just have proportional control. That would probably be fine on the roll. Very used to tuning PID for airplanes simply because KSP BD Armory. I didn't realize BD Armory had PID stuff. I wish I had PID tuning in KSP2. SAS is abysmal in the game right now. Yeah, agree. Big agree. Isn't it cool? This is so cool. You get to see a bit more of Drew this way as well. Did we, oh, we're going to get there at night. We might have to land and then let the sun go over. And then, continue in the morning or something. Right, let's, we got this pretty much late, like, nailed, I think. Let's, whack up the time warp a bit. Is it in controls? No, not controls. Probably in game, isn't it? Fast forward speed. Dare we? Dare we attempt 10 times speed? Quick save in case this rips the plane apart. Immediately the first message is quick save. I mean, it's not happy about it, but but it is working. Yeah, I might turn that down a bit. It's fine that the game can't quite handle that. Probably because the proportional controls are a little bit high. Maybe it would fly better if we did. No. That was fine as it was. As it was. Okay. That's enough Harry Styles for one day. Oh, the controls have inverted again. So why is that happening? See, like I'm pressing right and it's going left. How has that happened? Can't you use the pitch heading wheel overlay to set your course? What? Oh! Yeah, this thing. Yeah, that would work, wouldn't it? Yeah, that would probably be a bit better, wouldn't it? And... that would probably make more sense than trying to use the keyboard. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah. I think 5 worked fine. We'll just do it with 5 times speed. It'll be much faster with the others. Yeah, that flies quite nicely. And hey, look, we're out of the mountainous region of Drew. Again, strange position for a flyby, but it's fine. I'm sure there's a way to configure that. Might as well figure it out while we're here. How do you configure these? I have no idea. How are we doing on charge? That is a good question. We're on 96%, and we're a good chunk of the way there. Almost a fifth of the way there. The flyby thing is a bug, probably thinks you're in orbit. Okay. We're in surface mode though. Probably shouldn't. Set it back to surface mode. Try now. Set it to orbit mode. Nope, okay. I don't know why that's not working. It doesn't matter. We need to adjust our heading a little bit. Yeah, this is flying nicely now. This is nice! Autopilot! Bada bing, bada boom! Obviously the cameraman can't get that high to film you. Clearly. Don't know why I didn't think of that. Let's get her over sea level. So there we go, we left the mountainous region behind us. We're exploring Drew! We're on a mission! You know what, I think I might actually land here because we launched way too early. I'm going to quick save now in case we run out of charge, but I don't really want to land in the dark. I forgot to time warp forward, and it's going to be... Wait. Does Drew rotate backwards? I swear that was in the dark earlier. Huh? That was definitely in the dark, right? Well, the planet... Oh, no, okay, I'm dumb. The planet's rotated since we set off, so obviously that's gone from being in the dark to being in the day. Yeah, no, I just because we're flying backwards. Yeah, I just had a brain fart. Completely ignored that. Cut that out of this multi-hour stream. I'll go back and cut it out because it's that embarrassing. I was like, wait, does Drew rotate backwards? No, we're flying. Yeah, we're flying west. Oh, okay. That was a senior moment, if there ever has been one. Okay, cool. Back onto our course. Don't want to do that. Heading 275. H-2. Off we go. Yeah, nice little view of Drew, though. Do you guys want to fly a bit closer to the ground? Boomer Penguin. Now put a solid rocket mode to that plane and send it on a suborbital trajectory to speed up the process. We can make our own fun while we're flying. I can chat to the chat while I'm flying perfectly confidently. Maybe I could fix the stream labels, because this label is borked. It's absolutely borked for some reason. Settings for stream, yeah, it's just completely. 60 with 13. Okay, I'm going to write some of these settings down because I'm going to have to duplicate them to try and recreate this thing. See if we can fix this because it just won't reset and I don't know why. So if we just add a new one. Widget. Here we go. Stream label. So for some reason it's just boom. There's the stream label. Okay. And now reset when I push reset. Nope. Don't want to do it. Doesn't want to do it. For some reason. I think Streamlabs has had a stroke. Yeah, Streamlabs just definitely has a stroke. Either that or I'm being a boomer again. We'll try adding a new one. Donators 2. Add source. What the heck? Yeah, Streamlabs has had a stroke. I might need to update it. Yeah. Okay. We'll figure it out. Game was too hard for me to figure out. Don't stress, Beardy's a little rocket scientist and struggled with the colours. Yeah, that's unfortunately correct. Right, let's pitch down a little bit. We'll cut the engines. Oh wait, no, this is our engines over here, isn't it? And we'll fly a little closer to the ground, see if we can see some of those pretty Lynx scatters. Because we picked up quite a bit of altitude, and I'm not about that altitude life. I want to live life on the edge. Meow. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the Streamlabs stream labels. They just seem to be broken today for some reason. Maybe Streamlabs is like server is down or something. Who knows? The other widgets are working fine though. I mean, nobody's donated this stream, so we don't have the donation widgets working. Let me know if you have donated and it's not working. flat Druda. I mean, the planet's called Drew. The Druids are the people that live on it. So would it be a flat Drewer? A flat Drewer, I think, would be the actual technical term. Actually. Go on. Get me closer to the ground. I want to see those trees. Are there any trees? I don't know if there are trees in this part of Drew. Nope, there's our shadow. I think we're in a little bit of a barren part of Drew. Don't see any scatters. Could there be some trees or something? But it's empty. Empty as far as the eye can see. Yeah, nice flat terrain though. Okay, well, it's pretty much due west now. Off we go. We landed in Kazakhstan. No vegetation. Yeah, it seems to be the Drew equivalent of Kazakhstan. We're headed to the Bliss Ground Station, and that should give us a good chunk of tech points. I mean, yeah, the next nearest one would... I mean, the drone ship is about an equal distance away, so we don't have enough tech points. We'd always have an expedition to the drone ship, but we might do that one with a prototype of the rocket plane. An uncrewed prototype will blast it over there. So I think we could just launch it like almost suborbital and see if we can glide over to it. That would be pretty cool. Might lower our... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. No. And to lower our pitch. There we are. Suborbital rocket, my thoughts exactly. Yeah, a suborbital glider. And we'll make it like Drew sized, because we can drag a Drew on for scale. YouTube does not like this monotonous green and blurs it into oblivion. Yeah? I'll see if I can like spice it up a bit to try and increase the bit rate. Oh, okay. This is rapidly getting unstable. Let's try and fix this. I think it might be the speed we're going at. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how the controls have inverted. Why does that keep happening? Should we try turning it off and on again? No, that does not break. That doesn't fix it. I don't know then. I don't know. You have to land and stay on it, so a vertical lander would be better. I don't know how I'm gonna vertically land on a drone ship at this kind of distance. There we go. Right. That's flying very stably. Stably? Is that a word? It's very stable, let's just say. We need to decrease the angle of these wings a little bit. But yeah, that's nice and stable. Let's see if it's stable at a high warp. It's stable enough. Don't give whiskey to your planes. Yeah, I mean, whoever's piloting this at Drew ground control is definitely necking a few back. Maybe Matt Lowndes flying this one. It's small. Falcon 9 Escort VTOL. Well, again, like, I'm going to struggle to land a Falcon 9 on a drone ship manually. That is hard. With an atmosphere as well. I don't know. We could do a helicopter. But that would take a while to get over there. I think you underestimate my landing skills. I think we could stall it onto the platform. You've seen some of my landings this stream, right? I think we could do it. Roll oscillation is in progress. Yeah, you are right. The derivative control should fix that. Or maybe just a higher proportional response. Yeah, again, it's what we call fugoid oscillations. I was never much good at the control module. Not recommended for roll. Okay. Reduce overshooting oscillations. Excessive amounts will introduce oscillations. Aha. Whoa, okay. Maybe we shouldn't adjust this while in time warp. Okay, a little bit of proportional. I like that it gives you tips even if you don't know what you're doing. Because obviously I know what they represent, but I do not know what I'm doing. So we've got oscillations here. We definitely need the slightly more aggressive. Land the plane via parachute. Boop the plane snoot type of landing. That's certainly an idea. I don't really know exactly how to get rid of this roll oscillation. I feel like I'm just making it worse. Proportional to 14, integral to 0.6, derivative to 22. Is this for the roll? Let's try it. You can have 14.1, 0.7, derivative to 22. That's as close as we can get. That's a little on the juddery side. Strap a motor on top of the plane and call it a day. I mean, I'm not sure that's better, Jimmy. I'm not sure that's better. I think it's the integral. Remove the integral, maybe that'll be... I mean, you usually want a little bit of integral. See, proportional is it's the oscillation. It's the PD is out of whack. The proportional is still just too high. Hello, Paul. Your message hasn't shown up. I think Streamlabs is definitely balked today. Did you not write a message? Thank you for the donation. You have to put it in the chat, I think. If you did put a message. There must be something up with Streamlabs. But thank you for the donation, Paul. Yeah, the feed says there's no events to display. Oh, did you not write a message? Okay. Okay, well thanks for the donation. I thought, yeah, for Streamlabs, there's something up with Streamlabs today. Because the mini feed is also blank. Yeah, hopefully it'll be fixed for next week. But yeah, it's not on my end. Some of the stream widgets aren't working. Well, this just made this all worse, so let's just do that. Put it on the minimum and see if that works. Yeah, again, we got a little bit of a roll oscillation, but it's gentle enough. It's fine. Doesn't seem to be growing. And this is in time warp as well, so yeah, it's not going to be quite as good. We need to change our heading slightly, though. There we are. Well, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Not quite the level of interest as blasting a Drew through the sound barrier, but This seems to be the fastest way to get one through the sound barrier. You might just be naturally unstable laterally. Forcing the controls to fix that is tricky. Yeah. Probably. We probably need a little bit more wing dihedral. I think because the wings are raised, we want to add a little bit more slope on those wings to give you a little bit more lateral stability. Because naturally, if the wings are down, think about, you know, if you tilt slightly, you start to get side slip, and that airflow changes the. Yeah, if you've got higher wings and a slight dihedral, sort of naturally tilts the plane back to center. And I think, yeah, that's what's happening here. It's having to correct for that. A bit of wing dihedral would fix that. Tilting the wings down would decrease stability. You want to tilt them up. That's if the wing's low. You want them up. If the wing's at the top of the aircraft, you want them down for stability. Am I wrong? Am I thinking about side slip? I did this stuff a while ago. Position doesn't change the dihedral effect. I think that explains why we're unstable. I'm trying to remember the flight mechanics now, but this was like 4 years ago. High wing position means you can have less dihedral. You did, yeah. So I'm thinking of the fuselage effects counteracting the dihedral. Okay. That's what I'm thinking of. Think of the fuselage effects. Raising the wing naturally does that for you. So for structural reasons, you find a lot of heavy cargo aircraft have very high wings, and they're usually slanted slightly down. If you look at some of them. But yeah, that is making us unstable. Yeah, which intuitively makes sense. So say you got your wings like this. We're going to have some more physics lessons with Beardy while we're watching this thing struggle to limp its way to Bliss ground station. You got wings like this. Okay. You tilt over this way. This wing is now producing more lift, obviously. Sorry, on the right. And then that producing more lift means you tilt over more, you're unstable. You have your wings like this. You tilt that way. This wing produces more lift. You naturally tilt back to center. Fuselage effect, when you've got a higher wing, that means the fuselage of the aircraft. So when you tilt this way, you'll naturally side slip this way, and because the airflow is going over the top of these wings, right, because of the actual fuselage here, you're creating more drag here, right? So that's basically pushing that fuselage back round. So because of the fuselage effect, with a high wing, you naturally get that stabilizing effect as well. So if you find anhedral is sloping the wing down. Okay, that's what it's called. I was trying to remember the terminology. Which planes do to counteract either structural flex or thoroughfights like the Harrier. Yeah. Because obviously when you're under strain, those wings are going to flex upwards, but you want those wings to not be at their maximum stress, obviously. So you obviously sort of stress them down, bend them down, so then they stretch into a natural position when they're then under strain, when they're in flight. You actually want the wings to bend a bit. Yeah, I think I was just thinking of high wing, so therefore it's, you know, a bit of wing anhedral is fine, but yeah, the wing anhedral doesn't make it more stable. I'm just confusing a few things that I learned. Again, this was a while ago, and I wasn't that interested in it, if I'm honest. We didn't do this in the control systems design. This was in flight mechanics. So again, 4 years ago, and I wasn't particularly interested in it. If I'm honest, I was always a spacecraft and rockets guy. So I passed the exams, but actually I didn't do an exam in flight mechanics. No, there we go. I didn't do an exam in it because of COVID. So that explains everything, doesn't it? I didn't do an exam on it. It's okay, I'd be completely lost trying to do spacecraft controls. I got completely lost trying to do spacecraft controls. Spacecraft orbital mechanics was like an incredible part of the astronautics modules I did. And then advanced orbital mechanics, about 3/4 of the way through, took off its Scooby-Doo mask and revealed itself to actually be dynamics, part 2. And I hate dynamics. because so much of that module, all the orbital mechanics I loved. I was in my natural habitat. And then the actual meat of that module was all the rotational stuff, using quaternions, which are these structures that have, like, you can tell from the name, they've got 4 elements. So, vectors usually have 3, but 4 dimensions, which allow you to then represent 3-dimensional rotations without any what's called singularities. I was trying to find the word there, which is where the concept of gimbal lock comes from. Because, for example, you have certain places, like in a 3D reference frame, where if you're using 3 numbers, things become undefined. For example, in orbital mechanics, an inclination of 0 actually makes it impossible to determine, is the orbit this way up or the other way up? Like, which way are you going? If that makes any sense. There are certain singularities, particular combinations of, because some things are measured respect to other things. If you have an inclination of 0, it makes other parameters meaningless. It makes it actually impossible to define where you are in your orbit. So you always just go for very, very small inclinations, but usually not an inclination of 0. And there are a bunch of other examples of singularities. And you get those in rotations as well. But you get rid of those if you use 4 dimensions. So you have a 4-dimensional quaternion you use to represent the rotation of that object in 3D space. It broke my brain. I hated it. And honestly, what I did, that exam paper, he was like, look, 2/3 of it, a little over 2/3 of it, no, 3/4 of it was going to not be the rotation stuff, and just the last quarter would be rotation stuff. So what I did is I just nailed everything else. I just didn't even revise the quaternions, the rotation stuff, the attitude control. It was a huge section on attitude control, and I just couldn't get my head around it. And so I got the 3/4 of that paper. I knew I got 100% on that, and then I got 0 for the last section, but I still got 75%. So I still got a first. I was just like, that quarter of the module, I don't like it. I'm not going to even try and waste time getting my head around it. I'm just going to consolidate the previous knowledge, which is just very, very much the strat you got to do. Like, something you got to learn at uni is that you're not going to get 100%. 70% is the highest mark you can get. 70% is a first. So, obviously do the best you can, but if you just can't get your head around something, it's fine to not know things. And it's obviously, coming from school into uni, it was an interesting paradigm shift to go into exams knowing I was unprepared for them. And there was stuff in that exam that if it came up, I would not know. But that's the game. You just learn so much stuff so fast. Sometimes if you don't get something, you just got to cut your losses and just do the other stuff that you know as well as you can. And I came first in my year, so clearly I somewhat know what I'm talking about. You wouldn't know that I'm first in my year for some of my aircraft designs in this stream series. I fear for some of the aircraft that some of you may fly on in the future, but People saying 0 degrees is east, 180 degrees is west, 360 degrees is east again. It's similar to that. Why so jiggly? It's jiggly because we're on time warp. That's why. We're time warped to 5 times, just because this is a long flight. How's our power doing? Yeah, 79%. Yeah, I'm glad I expanded the size of this battery. I'm not sure the small battery would have been enough. 3/4 of the way there. Yeah, we're like 9/10 of the way there now. It was about 1,000 kilometers away. So we're getting pretty damn close. Do a quick save. Oh, someone said in the chat, do a quick save, yes. Would a velocity vector help against the singularities, because certain velocities can only logistically fit to certain locations and orientations? Yes, but that's an added piece of information. So you just want to know position. Position and velocity are 2 different things. So obviously if you have the derivatives of the orbital elements, then you can tell where you are intuitively, which direction you're going. But again, other orbital parameters become undefined if you have an inclination of 0. For example, I believe your... Is it argument of periapsis? Some things are measured relative to your ascending node to the... Oh, I'm trying to remember. Like, it depends on what your frame of reference is. Like, sometimes you have to change your frame of reference in order to represent certain orbits. Again, it's been a while since I did it, and I don't work on spacecraft, so I'm already forgetting this stuff. And it was very complicated when I first learned it, so there's no way I'm going to be able to impart it to all of you on a Juno stream. If I got my notes down, which this binder, this entire binder is just my final year. I can read it to you. Maybe I should have had story time with Beardy and read you some of these notes. Well, yeah, local, vertical, local horizon. Hesse-Wiltshire equations. Oh man, there's some riveting stuff in here. Atmospheric drag, that's an easy one. Let's go to some of the later batshit stuff. Single impulse apse line rotations. Ooh, what else we got in here? Hohmann transfers, that's a classic. Gravity gradients. Torque-free motion, inertia matrices, direction cosines. Man, there's some juicy content in here. If my house burnt down, I would lose so much of that stuff. None of it's digitized. I'm not one for digital notes. I have to take physical notes. But, yeah, it does mean obviously I've only got one copy of everything, so I've got to keep physical copies next to where I live and work. But yeah, when I do YouTube videos on relative topics, I go and I revise stuff and I make sure I get my maths right. If I want to actually, you know, be known to be knowing what I'm talking about. But on stream, I don't tend to do that quite that much preparation. Library of Alexandria in that binder. Yeah, I've got considerably more binders where that came from. I've got an entire like I've got a whole bookcase, like shelf full of them. That was just 1 year. That was just my final year, and that was when I took the fewest notes, because obviously the majority of that year was the project, the group project, which is the Venus rover, which I am making a video about. There we go. There's our ground station. I took so many notes in first year. I had to have 2 binders. This is all first year notes. Like, look at that. I'm so proud of these. They're all like color coordinated. They got little tabs and stuff. Those are well taken notes. People are talking about bank angle. It's fine. We're ages from the ground. I don't think. Wait, I wanted my. Oh look, we got to Mach 0.5 just by doing a dive. That's cool. So we completed that contract as well, which is nice. Yeah, this aircraft doesn't really like going this fast, which is very understandable. We'll do a couple of banks. This is going to be tricky to land on. We're going to have to like stall onto this ground station. Which wouldn't be the first time we stalled ourselves onto the runway, but take a quick save of your notes before it's too late. I mean, my first year of uni, I often get the problem of having too many questions to the stuff I learned, but contemplate using valuable time to answer the questions as maybe I'll get the answer in future. Yeah, I mean, it's worth just staying on top of the stuff you've been given, but if you need more context to things, ask for worked examples. And never be afraid to go up to the lecturer and ask questions at the end of a lecture. So let's just level out. Make a quick save. Okay. But yeah, no lecturer is ever going to bite your head off for coming up and asking questions. Always go up and ask questions at the end of a lecture if you didn't understand something. But if it's a particularly bizarre concept and you just like want more context and stuff, you can always wait and see if you get more. But usually, like I found at uni, they move on to a different concept every week, basically. Like if you don't get it, it's up to you to figure it out in your own time. I think it's important to stay on top of stuff because it can very quickly build up to the point where they're teaching you stuff that depends on previous knowledge. And you don't understand the previous stuff or the stuff that's based on, and the lectures become completely useless and unintelligible. Like you need to stay on top of things, which is easier said than done with the amount of assignments and coursework you're given. But okay, see if we can do this first try. And reverse thrust. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, brake! Brake! Oh, like a glove. We did it! We're here. How long do we have to stay here? I wish we could get a little Drew out. Let's just get a little bit of throttle and go over and investigate it a little bit. Oh, I should quick save. There we go. Let's can we steer this wheel? Yeah, we are steering. Okay, cool. We're doing a big turn. We are sort of sliding, but I think we can get turned around. Bumping up the power of those engines a bit might help. Differential throttle. Yeah, we could do that. By doing that. There we go. And now we need both of them again. Uh-oh. 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 Okay. Yeah, that was a good idea. Thank you. Because it's currently sliding down the hill. We need to get back to the top again. Okay, turn it back on. I just wanted to turn back around so we can go investigate that ground station a bit more. Come on. Get us up that hill. Are these powerful enough to get us up the hill? I don't know if they are. Friction left the chat. Are you still in reverse? No, we're definitely forward. We just don't quite have enough power to pull ourselves up the hill here. I mean, did we land close enough to get the tech points is what I want to know? I think we did. Right? How do we know if we've got it? Let me get the brake out and just put the brake on max. There we go. So we should stay there. So let's have a little bit of a closer look at it, but we can do it like this as well. Got a little hut. And a big dish. And that's about it. Okay. Simple. Ungovern the RPM. I think it's already at max, so that's not going to work. Oh, it's green now. Yeah, so we have definitely we've ticked it off. We've visited it. Okay, we just have to land at it. Cool. Well, there we go. We visited a ground station, everyone. This is the quality content you subscribe for. Visiting a little ground station in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Cool. Well, there we go. Now explode. Do you want me to blow it up? You want me to blow the plane up? I think this is a valuable plane. Actually, didn't really cost much, did it? Okay, what do we think? Blow it up? Blow it up, or do we recover it because we actually landed it intact? Should we just like give the Bliss ground station crew a little morning surprise? Oh no, I've got a better idea. I've got a much better idea. Okay, we're going to do a bit of Tokyo drifting here. Oh, wait, that didn't work. Oh. Shh. No one saw that. You get points for explosions, exactly. That's the thing. Like, you get, the more explosions you have, you actually get tech points for it. So I've got a more fun idea. So what? Exactly. Correct answer. I like that they have pictures from the community. That's cute. Have you enabled the parallax mod for the trees? Yeah, it's here. It's these. There are trees all around. There you go. Trees. This is parallax. We're just in a bit of a barren part of Drew right now. Okay. So we want to disable that. Put this one to full. And that should spin us on the spot. Aha! There we go. See, I'm not just a pretty face. Ooh, we don't want to do that. Put the brake back on a bit. Just want to rotate around. And engine back on. Brakes to 0. Here we go. Cliffside takeoff. Heck yeah, we're doing a cliffside takeoff. Whoop! Oh, this is gonna be a close one. Heck yeah! Check it out. And now we can do what I wanted to do. Quick save in case I mess this up. I don't think I will. Hey look, we've got some purple flowers down there. Cool. Good morning, ground station. That's kind of disappointing. We didn't actually blow the whole plane up. I want to blow the whole plane up. Let's try that one. Flowers were lost to the green mush. Is that the compression? I can't really do much about that. You get up the stream to 1440, but yeah, YouTube's compression I can't do anything about. Oh, that's a cool screenshot. Multiple space stations in one shot. I guess you can do that in Juno because, well, it's nowhere near as laggy as KSP. Okay. The like stutters there, that's because of parallax. That's not Juno. Just FYI. It's the mods that I've added. That particular stutter. I did turn parallax's dynamic LOD on, which should ease the stutters a bit, but okay. Let's build some speed up actually. Let's circle around and dive bomb it. One space station for weekdays, the other for weekends. Let's get a bit of altitude. Look at that. It's a perfect target for us. This is from the Ultra LOD option you set a few streams ago. No, it's not from the cube maps, because it generates those and then it just loads them. It's just a memory thing. It's it won't be the stutters. No, it's from Parallax. Well, we kind of missed, but we blew up a bit more of the plane, so you know, I'm sure it woke them up. Miss, yeah. It's good enough. Send that flight. Boom. Good enough. I just wanted to blow the plane up a bit. Oh, look at that. 145 tech points. Chef's kiss. All the tech points we could need. Beautiful. So, what did we get? We didn't quite hit 50 explosions, but we did reach the Bliss ground station. Perfect spot for any hiker wanting to get lost. I think we also beat the previous highest climb distance flying as well. Yes, it's on 3 now. So we got... there we go. Because we flew 1,000 kilometers, that's what we got here. So that's why we got a few of those. We would have got airspeed as well. So Mach 1.0. That's the next target. Cool. Fresh grass, swirly mountains, and a bright Juno. The perfect spot for any hiker wanting to get lost. Yeah. So the next one, I guess, would be the drone ship. That's 1,000, not 1,000, 100 tech points because it's pretty harder to land on. But we have all the tech points we need. Heck yes. Wonderful. So we want touching... No, not this one. Fasten your belts and getting comfy, which gives us the cockpit. Boom. And boom! We have druids, ladies and gentlemen, everyone in between. We do want to get OP leaf blowers next, so we'll save up for that. But cool. That's not. I like that it encourages exploration. Actually, you have to go places, see some of the planet, visit different sites. That's cool. I'm gonna have a short break because I've been streaming since 7. But when I come back, we're gonna build that rocket plane. And we're going to fly through the sound barrier. I am determined we're going to do it this stream. It shouldn't take too long to build it. So, yeah. We're going to build ourselves a rocket plane when I get back. So, 5-minute break. Going to make some tea. And I'll be back in a minute. Oh, that's me again. I need to put it on that one. There we go. Put it on the wrong thing. Professional streaming at its finest. Okay, see you in a minute, guys. Okay, I lied. I didn't get a beer. I got... I messed that sentence up. I didn't get a tea. I got a beer. I was going to go for chamomile, and then the coronas were looking at me funny. Right. Here we go. Let's build what you all came here for. Rocket plane. Let's do this. Beardy jump scare. Yeah, sorry about that, Jimmy. Drinking and flying. What's the worst that can happen? Drinking and flying a rocket plane, no less. We're going to save that craft. And then make a new one. We're building a plane. We're going that way. Right. Cockpit for planes or whatever. That's what we want. Okay, so that gives us a good perspective on the kind of scale we're looking at. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I just wanted it for scale, right. What options have you got on that? Rotation speed. Okay. I do like that the cockpit's radial attach. That's nice. You have to do a bunch of clipping in KSP with the sort of fixed diameter cockpits, which I don't like. I'm going to get some Camel 2 now. That is a good choice. I've had too much of a horrible week. of having flu. Okay. We can probably make this a little thinner. We want to make this really as small as possible. Smallest radius we can get away with. Do I pull up a picture of a Messerschmitt on like one of my other screens? Yeah, I think I do. Okay. ME163. It's not going to be particularly accurate, but it's just going to give us something to go for. Hey, Kosaro's here! Ahoy, Beardy! How's it going? Hashtag Matland sucks. Keep on spreading the good word, Corsaro. It's going good. The stream things are broken. You've only just arrived. I tried to restart the stream labels and Streamlabs has had a stroke today, so it's still stuck on last week's one. Won't update. So I turned them off for this stream. But that's fine. Funny hypergolic fuel mixtured rocket plane. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Ours is going to be Carolox, though. Right, images. Let's get a good image of this boy. Okay. Trying to get a good sense of the diameter of this thing. A little bit chunkier than that. That seems about right. The sort of widest part of it is about here. So put the cockpit there. Yeah, cool. Okay. So then we're going to sort of rush this a little bit because I know you guys want to see a rocket plane fly and I don't blame you. We'll actually have a normal fuel tank first. Just to the end of the cockpit. There we go. It's got quite a stubby nose, isn't it? It's kind of like that. Yeah. We'll change the textures in a minute. The command disk, we don't need any gyros because we're going to have control set. And again, might go into space. So, can you add wing twist? Anyway to stabilize flying wings. It's not a flying wing though, it's got a vertical stabilizer. Oh, it doesn't have elevators though. I guess it's got elevons. Yeah, it has got a rudder, but yeah, it doesn't have elevators. You're right. It must be, yeah, it's just elevons, I think. Okay, that's fine. We'll add some volume for gyros here. I mean, a bit of weight here isn't gonna do much, really. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. Okay, fuel tank. You can't change the taper of things, so we'll have that to like there. And then that round. Again, as I said, this is going to be kind of hacked together. There we go. Those about the right proportions? Pretty much, actually. Maybe a little bit longer. Can somebody tell me exactly how long this thing is? I think that's about right, though. Yeah, sure. It's close enough. It's good enough. Okay. Put the wings on this thing. Can we make the wings a bit thicker? I want to make the wings thicker. I want chunky wings. Where are my wing chonk sliders? Invert the aerofoil. Is it that? Oh yeah, there's the wing chonk slider. Okay, cool. Yeah, these actually are some heckin' chunky wings. I'm trying to get like a good aerial view of it. A blueprint would be nice, actually. Oh no, there we go. I got a good one. Okay. Yeah, I got the proportions of that actually pretty good. Obviously, it's they're quite swept. Oh, whoops. Whoop, wrong one. Wrong slider. There's a limit to how big we can make our wings because of the current technology we have. So you can't make it much bigger than that, or much chunkier than that, which is a bit of a shame. No, we don't want to do that. There we go. Why are these sliders being a bit buggy today? It's something to do with the camera angle, I think. That's the best we can do, which isn't great, is it? The angle's about right, and the length is about right, but this should be a lot thicker here. Can you attach a wing to a wing? I guess we could clip them. Would that look jank, though? It does look kind of jank. But we'll roll with it. No, stop doing that. Why does it keep shrinking this end of the wing? Because that's annoying as heck. Stop doing it. Stop it. I extend that one. I just want to shrink this bit of the wing. I guess it has to be centered, like there. That seems dumb. But whatever. What do I know? Extend it forward. Just how the controls work, I suppose. Okay, cool. I think I need to rotate this wing because it doesn't seem to really want to do what I want it to do. See, it'll sweep that way, and I guess that's as far back as it'll sweep. So if I want to extend this side of it, I need to rotate it. I think a lot of these restrictions are on the tech level we have. This isn't a problem with the game, this is just them trying to limit the kind of wings we can make, but I will find a workaround because I want my beautiful Messerschmitt to exist. Okay. That hits the wing length limit. Okay. So then this one just needs to come in a bit. And that's looking a bit better. Yeah, that's better. It's closer. It's still not quite long enough, really. But to be fair, actually, that angle is a little bit too steep. It probably wants to be more like that. Yeah, that's more like the actual wing angle it has. So let's try that instead. And get a little bit of a longer wing out of that. The wing goes up to about there. Okay, cool. Try that. Yeah, well, that doesn't actually look too inaccurate. The wing looks a little strange. with the bumps and all that, but you know what, it's fine. It's close enough. I'd say that's decent. Fernando Cardio is here. First time watching you play this game. What are you doing with this plane? I am building a rocket plane. And I just realized that we can't really have this. Oh, maybe we can attach a rocket straight onto the end of this. We want... Do we want a gas generator engine on this? Take off and orbiting. I mean, it's going to be the most efficient one. Yeah, you know, it's fine. We can use this. We'll make it work. We're not going to make it quite this massive, though. Yeah, we're building a rocket plane because we want to fly to... What was it? It was the barge, wasn't it? The SpaceX barge. There we go. That's a bit better. That's still not right. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna try that again. What I'm gonna do is just plonk the engine there. This does not want to be attached. Oop. Nicely. There we go. Do it like that. Or... Okay, third time's the charm. There we go. I just need to get like a decent angle on it just so I can very easily rotate it to be level. Okay, cool. So this is probably when I want to snap it to a world grid. Et voila. We just have the nozzle poking out the back because that's what it actually looks like. I think this like stuff on this actually looks quite cool integrating it like that. Okay, cool. So it looks better than tapering a bunch of fuel tanks. The fact you can't have a fuel tank with a flat end that's curved, like the cones have to go to a point, is a little bit irritating. I'll admit. Right. This does not want to be this size. It wants to be about... Look at the size of the actual engine. I wonder if it would be about that size, actually. It's pretty small. Don't need a huge amount of performance here. Oh, we can actually see the tail through that. So I guess we want to do that. That looks a little bit silly, but we'll have the vertical stabilizer on top of it. It'll look fine. You can center in by typing the x-coordinates to 0. That's a good idea. Yeah. Should have done that. Same with the x-angle and stuff as well. Oh well, whatever. It's done now. It's fine. It's on. Thanks for pointing that out for next time. Okay, right. Vertical stabilizer. You know where I went? Somerset then. It's quite a... Actually, it's not that tall. It only extends a bit above. And then it's just quite a long one. I think I'm going to rotate this so that it's flat. There we go. Okay. It's quite a square tail that it has. It literally just kind of looks like that. We'll make ours a little bit better. There we go. Oh, that's wonky. Let's unwonkify that. That's not quite right. Is that straight? Or is that at an angle? It looks like it's at an angle. Definitely at an angle. There we go. Cool. We just need to add ourselves a control surface. And you are controlling... Oop, I did not want to invert that. And then this... Let's edit this control surface. So it has... Okay, so it has... Reach a limit of control surfaces. Okay, we're only allowed to have one control surface per wing. Which means these are going to have to be elevons. We can't actually add flaps. We haven't yet, until we get better rings. So this is going to control our pitch and our roll. Which isn't ideal. Okay, yeah. We can have it on pitch 0, yaw 0, roll 1. Oh. Can it not control... Oh, it's on single axis. Okay, here we go. Pitch and roll. There we go. That's fine. It's a little bit too long now. So I just need to shrink that down a bit like that. Yeah, the wings aren't quite long enough, but we can't do anything about that. It's about as thick as the wings get, and unless we duplicate them again. Nah, I'll be fine. I just think we need to make this a little bit shorter still. More like that. Yeah, it's a little bit closer to what it actually looks like. Okay. This thing is going to be absolutely bonkers. It's going to fly like a bat out of hell. And it's going to be great fun. Okay, cool. We got ourselves a little rocket glider. Let's set the engine to the properties we want it to have. So this thing... Probably want it optimized for like 10 kilometers altitude. Like, we're going to blast it off from the runway. We'll add some tiny little wheels so it can take off, and then a parachute for landing. Ugly rocket plane. This is adorable. What are you on about? It's so cute. Look at this little thing. I think it's cute. Don't you be chatting bad things about my rocket plane. I think it's adorable. Thank you very much. Okay, that's as much as we can clip that. We'll change the textures in a minute. Like we're gonna pretty it up. We're gonna make it look like it's a Nazi rocket plane. I mean, there's no way of saving what I just said. Okay, let's optimize it for about 10 kilometers. I think 'cause it's gonna blast upwards. Maybe 20. Because it's probably going to cruise at about 20. Right, so... Where's on... That's the throat size. Generator 1. Carolox. Chamber pressure, gimbal range. Do we need gimbal on this thing? Not really. It'll make it a lot cheaper if we don't. It's 14.1 million. 1.4 million. Oh wow, this is like a 14th of our entire funds. Yeah, it makes it a lot cheaper. Bell nozzle. Here we go, nozzle length. Oh, so this has the Bravo nozzle, doesn't it? Which is just automatically sort of configured for reasonably low altitude. You can't change it. We can change it to a Bell nozzle and then we'd have more control over it, but the Bravo nozzle, yeah, it looks cooler. We can always change the throat size, but that obviously increases the price a bit. Does that reset it? No, it was at 85 there, wasn't it? Okay, so our Delta V, say we're flying at about 10 kilometers. Yeah, we can change our throat size if we want to restrict it, limit it to a slightly better altitude. I think about 20 kilometers is where I want to optimize it for. So that really means, yeah, having a throat size of about 50. Because we're flying in the atmosphere with this thing. Yeah. So it'll take us a while to get to that point. So yeah, we'll go for 60%. Because then we get to about 10 kilometers and we're about optimized. I missed part of the stream. Why is Billy building a Nazi plane? We're building a rocket plane, okay? Like, and it was the world's first. I'm pretty sure. I know the Soviets built some. Which is the ORM-65 engine. Right. This should auto to Carolox. Yep, Carolox. Carolox. This needs to be a fuel line so that we can fill these with Carolox as well. Carolox. And Carolox. Wonderful. Oh, we need to fill them. Full, full, full. Full. Okay. Let's adjust this wing dihedral because it's had quite a significant not wing dihedral, angle of attack. I think that's about right, about a 5 degree. Because it comes like right up near the cockpit. Beardy isn't building a Nazi plane. Beardy is merely appreciating Germany's contribution to rocket science. Just make sure that these wings interface nicely with the fuselage. And each other. Yeah! That looks good. It's coming together. It is a bit ugly, but it's actually looking reasonably accurate to what it looks like. The real thing didn't have retractable landing gear, so you know what? It's actually going to be realistic. Okay. We want small landing gear. We want 2, and the landing gear actually, if we go through, is it turning angle? No. Leg shape. Slant angle? No. Vertical offset angle? Aha! There we go. The wheels sort of, can we make the leg length? Yep. much shorter. And then these are pretty much just under the front wing, about here. The size needs to be a little bit larger. There we go. Because they're actually kind of chunky. Can we not make the gear a bit smaller? I guess we just use car wheels instead, because that's kind of what it looks like. It doesn't really have extended gear. It literally just has some wheels. Like, I think it actually detached the wheels when it took off. But, yeah, we're just gonna... It's not really gonna need them. We just need something that will let us take off. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. Let's rotate those. Lovely. That looks about accurate actually to where they are. We just had a little strut in there. If I can find it. There we go. This is coming along quite nicely. The wonders of everything being procedural, right? Just need to move these gear down a little bit because they're clipping with the fuselage. There we go. And then we just rotate these a little bit. That was the wrong axis. I did not mean to do that. Let's Control Z that. Okay. Blue axis, please. Not the axis powers. Just because I know someone is going to make the joke. Woo! Didn't mean to do that. There we go. Oopsie daisy. Try that again. Nice. We have some little tiny little wheels. And then there's just a little bit of tail gear at the back. That one does want to be an actual landing gear piece. If we can find it. There we go. Oop. Things do not like being attached to these conical sections, do they? They really don't. Let's just fix all this. There we are. What are you doing over there? There we go. Okay. Get it lined up with the center of the aircraft. Okay, and this wants to be, again, pretty short. I didn't mean to just grab it. I wanted to offset it to there. Again, I think we can change the angle on this, so we just got a cute little tail gear at the back. Again, that's pretty much what it had. Just want to make sure we don't hit the belly of the aircraft. I think that should give us a decent amount of clearance. That'll be just fine, I reckon. Just fine. Cool. This is looking alright. Almost 5 p.m. Got to do uni stuff. Fuselage stations. Here I come. Have a good one. See you, Jimmy. Thanks for joining. You joined on a good stream as well when we were doing aircraft. Bet it's going to fly, but then it's going to stop flying. It's loose. Press F. Okay. What else needs to be done on this? Not much, really. I want to add a parachute to it. Do we have parachutes? I don't think we own parachutes. Don't think we've unlocked them yet. No, we absolutely do not have parachutes. So, I guess just make sure you land it properly. Can we put a Drew in here? Oh, yeah, we can. There's our Druid. Ready to get blasted suborbital. Okay, let's give this thing a paint scheme. I think... I didn't want to do that. We want Ogive. Yeah, Ogive for sure. We want the texture. I know exactly what texture it has to have. I mean, come on. Come on, my hands are tied. Ooh. Oh, you can change the color of the Drew as well. That's cool. I mean, that just looks great as is, doesn't it? That looks awesome. Preferred the stripes. Pilots are replaceable. Scientific progress isn't. Yeah, that's fun. We'll try a couple of different themes, perhaps. Oh, now that one's nice. Oh, that's really cool, actually. Okay, Delta, Europa, Dragon. Mono. The Mono is pretty cool. But I think that looks epic. You gotta admit that looks cool. Actually looks the part. Okay, cool. Do not emulate Nazi aesthetics in Juno. I'm not emulating Nazi aesthetics. I'm not gonna add any decals to it. I'm just it's a military aircraft. It's a military plane. I was making it look like it looks. Like, you know, I built replica aircraft in Fall of Kerbin. You know, I think you can't deny that this aircraft existed. It's still a highly impressive rocket interceptor, right? If you're going to be building a rocket interceptor, you know, take some inspiration. You can think planes are cool without glorifying terrible regimes. We've had this conversation on previous streams when it came to Werner von Braun, didn't we? It was an absolute disaster of a plane. Well, it was a very impressive glider. It was less impressive when they filled it with hypergolic rocket fuel and it kept exploding on landing. Absolutely. I think our wings maybe need to move backwards a bit. Do I want to ruin the... yeah, the wings actually need to go backwards anyway, looking at the pictures of it. So let's set these to world and just move them back a bit. Right, that should fly. Should we test it? We'll give it a test flight. Let's save it. Who wants to have their name on it? Palmer interview designs have been there long before without the suicide. Well, the suicide wasn't exactly intentional. It was just from it being rushed into service, being highly dangerous. But it's an iconic aircraft. I think we're going to do a rocket plane. Come on. It's got to be done. Pilots are in the thousands. Steals and bolts are limited. Some dude. Who wants to have their name on the plane? You may volunteer. Is anyone going to volunteer? Even Soviet planes were safer. Yeah. It's very much a last act of desperation from a failing regime, right? Casa! What's his name on it? Okay. It's going to be called the Casa 3. It's not the third one. I'm just going to call it Casa. Call it Matt Loud. Yeah, we'll call it the Casa 3. Cool. Casa 163, perhaps. Okay, cool. Let's give it a little go. Let's see how it flies. One or more issues. The issues is it's not connected to the craft. Oh, because I offset it, didn't I? I offset it in. I didn't actually connect it properly. Let's connect that. There we go. And we need to then change the angle of it. No, wait, no, it's the Z angle, wasn't it? There we go. Yeah, I mean, there's a few issues with this craft, but not to do with necessarily the design. Name 3 for how many people died in the process of making it. Yeah, I've already died in the process of test flying it, perhaps. This plane is going to demonstrate why Osho was invented. It looks cool, though. Come on. Come on. It looks cool. You gotta admit it looks cool. You can't deny me that. Okay, I guess put the brakes on so we're not sliding backwards. Let's see how this does. Overexpansion damage. Whoa! Oh, okay. It's a little bit, yeah. From being overexpanded, we might need to actually optimize it for sea level. Well, this is going well already. Yeah, we need a little bit more control authority from that rudder, I think. Oh, steering on the wheels would probably help. Okay. Let's pretend that one didn't happen. Your engine is slightly to the left, is it? Is it? I don't think it is. Oh. It was slightly to the right, I think. Yeah. No, you were right. You're right. It was. It was slightly to the right. That'd be why. That should be fixed now, though. Okay. So that was a problem. We also need steering on some of these wheels. So probably this wheel wants to have the turning angle, right? Because that's the where we've got the most control authority. Can these steer? Yeah, these can steer. I feel like we'll leave it to the tail wheel to steer us, though. I don't know if it needs to be inverted or not. I think if it's steering from the back, probably wants to be inverted. We'll try inverting it. This should be right. And yeah, this engine. So it's taking overexpansion damage, really. So, you know, let's increase that throat size. Because you don't want it to be quite that badly overexpanded. I mean, by default, it was at like 85%, wasn't it? So that'll be fine. It shouldn't take damage with that. So, yeah, we'll leave it at 85. That should be fine. Okay, let's try that. Merely an opportunity to expand upon this plane. Kill 1. Okay, we reverted, so nobody stayed dead. It's fine. I do wonder how Pedro's going to feel about me building this. I hope he's going to be okay about it. Okay, here we go. Can we actually take off? I think... ooh! Okay, the wheel was set up correctly, but we just took off a bit fast. But oh my goodness me, this flies like a bat out of hell. Whoa, okay. It's not the most stable thing. Can this glide back? Crikey, I probably shouldn't have used the autopilot. The autopilot definitely... We haven't tuned the autopilot properly. So I probably should have flown it without it. Oh, we're in a flat spin. How do you eject? Can you eject? I do not know how to eject. There's definitely a button to do it. Come on! Come on! Okay, well, you know what? Any landing you walk away from. You designed a death trap. Oh, they're going to be landed to get out. Yuri, run! Run before it explodes! Oh. Yeah, I know how you feel, Yuri. I know how you feel. It's alright. You want to turn around and look at the camera. Yeah, I mean, It's just like, We crashed into a tree. Yeah. He looks a little embarrassed about it. I like the little idle animations that they have. The Drews. They're quite cute. Well, he lived. I don't know how to eject, though. This plane sucks more than Malone. Look at his legs to see they're still there. Oh, poor Yuri. Poor Yuri. I like their animations, though. Their animations are really fluid. He's got like a grappling hook, I seem to remember. Don't know how to use it though. I've forgotten which keybind it is. X? I remember it was X. Was it R? First person mode. Oh, cool. Anyway, yeah, let's restart the flight. Let's retry. Let's see if we don't whack the engine power up to a bazillion %. Maybe this can fly. The plane doesn't want to fly again, so it's flying. Yeah. You know what? I think this can fly. We'll whack it down to like. Let's change these sliders. We don't want any of these sliders. Because I'm gonna have reverse thrust on this thing. Okay, we'll fly it without the autopilot this time, and hopefully it'll be a little bit better. So we'll do a low throttle to start with. Yeah, and the wheel is set up correctly. I think the yaw needs... Yeah, the yaw is inverted, I'm pretty sure, because that will turn us right. The yaw is inverted, so we need to fix that. That's why we can't fly, because the yaw is backwards. Okay, that makes sense. We need to invert the yaw. I think our roll and everything was fine, but yeah, the yaw is wrong. Invert. Okay, there we go. Let's try that. It's a very strong plane, at least. Strong plane, comrade. I wonder if this can get us to the... really, how well it glides is what's important for whether or not it can get us to the barge. I think it can. I think it can do it. Just need to believe. Okay. Yeah, this is actually turning the right way now, which is certainly boding well. Okay. Right, now, let's try this. Okay, the rudder is actually turning the aircraft the right way. The rolling is as you would expect. Ooh, a little bit too much control authority there. Oh, okay, let's take off. Oh. Okay, we're flying. Whoa, okay. Well, flies. Whoop, it's a little bit sensitive. To control input. A little bit unstable. It's a fine death trap. I couldn't agree more, Corsaro. Got out like an hour ago, come back and Beardy's restoring the right to its former glory. No. 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 Behave. Behave. We built an ME-262 in Fall of Kerbin, and nobody bats an eye. Build an ME-163 in Juno New Origins, and everyone loses their minds. Okay. We need to add some wing dihedral, I think. That will help the stability, because, yeah, I think if we bring these up to level, that will help. So, angle step 5 degrees, direction of the world. That might be a little excessive, but this thing's quite unstable. I think that will help a lot. We'll try that. We'll try it. We'll try 5 degrees. It might be a bit much, but we'll give it a go. I think the control surfaces... This control surface is a little bit too big. So we'll try that. And also reduce the actual deflection of the part. So deflection, angle down to like 15%. I think the rudder is just right, but these were way too... Like I pitched and it just lost all control. This should hopefully solve the whole flat spin problem. I didn't mean to do that. Oops. There we go. That set this back to 35? It did. 15. I wanted to move that. It would not let me move that. Okay, it's already as thick as it can be. Cool, that's fine. Let's try that. You know what? Let's just try... Instead of trying to go for the drone ship, I'm going to try and go through the sound barrier and land back at the airfield. If we can do that, then I'll be happy. I'll be happy with this stream and what we've managed. Remove the control surface from the clipped wing. Oh, that's a good point. Is there still a control surface on the clipped wing? I bet there is, isn't there? Which I wouldn't have configured properly. That'll be it. That'll be it. Yeah. How do I remove it? There we go. Delete a control surface. Yeah, that wouldn't have been helping. Okay, let's try that. See, I'm just happy I just made like a reasonable little recreation and everyone's a critic. Everyone's a critic just because of who designed this originally. Okay, this I think should fly okay. Maybe. Here we go. Ooh. A little bit sensitive to input. It's fine, we'll just take off. Oh no. Yeah, I need to that rear wheel's got way too much steering control, so it's just kill 3. Stop counting, you're stressing me out. Yeah, the turning angles are way too steep. Set it like 10 degrees. That'd be enough. And also it's braking torque. Can we have braking torque, or is this just normal torque? Brake torque. Oh no, there we go. It's already on max. Okay. Are these got max brake torque as well? No. Oh, these don't actually need to have any otherwise torque, because these are really expensive at the moment. We don't need torque on these. These are just landing gear essentially. They should be going that way. Okay. But they need a lot of brake torque, yeah. We've only got the street tires and the retro wheels at the moment. That's fine. Okay. Let's try that. We don't even have a contract for this yet, but we're just giving it a go. There are faster ways to melt the locals. How many died testing the Comet? Too many. Too many died flying the Comet. I think the reason why I wanted to do a Comet is A, it's iconic, right? And B, a lot of druids are going to die testing this thing. And, you know, let's be somewhat accurate to history, I guess. This thing is massively overpowered. It does not need an engine this powerful. Whoop. You know, it lets us do stuff like that, which is kind of fun. Come on, come on. Can you? No. It's really hard to control on takeoff. Don't know how it survived that. Maybe it can fly up this mountain. Come on, come on. Okay, it doesn't have enough control authority now, and also it really wants to pitch up. So its control surface is really, it's producing a bit too much lift. It's unstable. So I pitched these wings up way too much. So it's just historically accurate. See, that's the right attitude. It's historically accurate. Okay, where is our center of lift right now? Oh yeah, it's way too far forward. Yep, let's move these wings back a bit. Well, just shift them back a bit. Like to there. That'll give us a little bit more control authority as well. But that's 20 degrees because we had it on like 35 and that was too much, but we did have multiple control surfaces working. So let's go 25. We also shrank the size of the control surface. That should be good. Let's try that. Just see if we can make it a little bit more stable. Okay. This engine is definitely overpowered as well. Do we want to shrink it a bit? I think shrink it a bit. Shrink it to like 50? It's a little closer to where I feel like the real engine was as well. Okay. Let's try that. Tail heavy, engine too low. No, the center of mass is quite far forward. Center of thrust is above the center of mass. No, it's thrusting directly through the fuel tanks. I'll check the engine. I'll double check the engine position. But again, I think it was just the position of the wings, honestly. They just needed a few wing tweaks. The wings were definitely too far forward. Okay, let's try this at like 30%. See if we just take off like a normal thing. Just a little bit of thrust. Just get us going down the runway. And just take off. Because you've got a druid in here, which is the first time we've actually flown anything with a druid. But because we don't have any jet engines. See, it's hard to control. I think... Let's try that again. It's really hard to control. on the takeoff. It just keeps sort of overcorrecting. In real life, rocket planes have way smaller engine ones. The X1 are quite tiny compared to the ones you have on. Yeah, I might want to shrink it even more, honestly. This is a pretty ridiculously sized engine for this size of plane. But, you know, one thing at a time. See, the autopilot is just not able to steer these wheels. I feel like this tail wheel, and it does have enough control authority, so I don't know why this thing wants to always fly. It's always going left. Why is it always pitching left? See what I mean? It always wants to slide left. That's the way it always goes. Is the engine off center? I don't know. It looks fine. But I just like, this thing is impossible to steer. I think maybe the wheel's in the wrong place. I think the wheel might not be centered. Well, something's not centered. Okay. Let's shrink this engine even more. To like that. That's more accurate to the kind of size it actually was. Oh, I completely offset that the wrong way. There we go. That's more accurate to how big it actually was. Oh, I did it again. I want the green arrow. Okay, boom. Green arrow. There we go. That's a little more accurate, I think. That might not actually be big enough now, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That might be enough. Okay, and something is not centered here. Okay, so the U X position is 0. What's X position of these? These are all 0. So this is definitely centered. This is definitely centered. Okay, so I don't know what the issue is here. Is this centered? Yes. Yep. 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 You want to move the front two wheels to the back and move the center wheel to the front. You need more friction in the back for a stable takeoff. But this is what it looks like. Yeah, you are right. And that's why. But this is what it looks like. Is a vertical stabilizer a non-symmetrical aerofoil? No, it's symmetrical. I think all the airfoils are symmetrical. Yeah, there's no camber on them. They're all symmetrical airfoils. Call it the Flying Coffin. That was the name of my dropship in XCOM. Yeah, it's definitely the landing gear arrangement. Can I reduce like the friction on these? Traction, forward grip. Okay, let's lower these. Lower the traction on these wheels. And then can we increase the traction on this wheel? Yes. There we go. That might be better. Let's try that. That I think will make a difference. We're gonna put a Druid through the sound barrier today if it kills me. Just put the thing in the downhill and accelerate at the end. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Our rocket engine was definitely oversized as well. Far too much power for this thing to handle. I mean, it accelerates like 2 kilometers a second in like 3 seconds. And we don't actually have the high G seats yet, I don't think. Okay. How much thrust does this produce? Still a fair bit. But I think that's actually scaled well to the size of this aircraft. Again, it wants to turn to the left. I think it is just unstable because of the landing gear arrangement. But you're right. Let's just go down the hill. We just compensate for the wanting to go left. Maybe the vertical stabilizer isn't in the middle. The more I look at it, no, it's not. That's definitely not in the middle. I know it is. So I'm thinking of the wrong thing. That is the X position, right? Yeah. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, it's all aligned. Don't know what's causing that. Yeah, it must just be the landing gear arrangement, surely. Okay, whatever. We're gonna fly this. We're gonna get it in the air. When it's in the air, it'll be fine. Probably. Check the rotation angles. Yeah, that's probably an idea as well, isn't it? I'll check those in a minute. If this doesn't work, we'll check the rotation angles as well. Okay. Yeah, because something is off. Is putting us off here. Something is slightly off. Attaching stuff onto these conical parts seems to have some problems. Okay, we'll shut the engine down. We'll just glide down to the end. As soon as we take off, we'll be fine, I think. But we just actually got to get off the ground. Okay. We need a lot more speed than that to fly. I think we need a more powerful rocket engine. And I think we offset the wings a bit too far back. Okay. Options have enabled lift vectors to help visualize what's going on in regards to the wings. That's a good idea. Flight info options. Yeah, spoiler alert, he wasn't fine. You guys are hilarious. So where is that? Flight info. Oh, that's while you're flying. Right, okay. These wings, I think I moved them too far back now. So we'll go 0.25 grid size. Sure, that'll work. Maybe. Let's check the rotation angles. 0, 0. Oh, there's the culprit. The wheel was off. That's why. The wheel was off to one side, so that was why it kept turning. Check these. Okay, well, there we go. We found the culprit of that. Let's check our center mass, center lift. That should be fine. Okay. Thanks for suggesting that. Whoever suggested that. Linecraft man, thank you. Thank you kindly. Okay. This time will work. We've killed, what, 5 test pilots. Be fine. It's because of the control surfaces and how they're also on the main wings, where the game gets weird with the wing aerodynamics. You use the main wing as your pitch elevator. Yeah. But, you know, we can make plenty of design improvements on this thing, but it's got to be accurate. Come on. We want an accurate Messerschmitt. Okay, well now it should accelerate in a straight line. We can just leave the engine on, so we might not need a bigger engine. Oh, look at that. It actually goes in a straight line now. Wonderful. Imagine killing 5 pilots to find out that your blueprints are just crooked. Yeah. That's a little bit embarrassing, isn't it? Okay. Ah, there we go. That accelerates like a dream now. I spoke too soon! It's fine. We didn't lose that much velocity. Come on. Come on. Just a little bit faster. Just a little bit faster. Ooh. Okay, so it needs about 100 odd meters per second to fly. Yeah, it just needs a more powerful rocket engine. It's just not flying fast enough. It's quite heavy. Like, it's full of Keralocks. The engine is twice as powerful as the real deal. Yeah, but we've given it a lot more fuel than the real deal. We've absolutely packed it with fuel. So I guess we could just reduce the amount of fuel in it. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to undo. It's like the Soviet plane that killed more of its crew than it did other planes. I mean, the Messerschmitt 163 killed more of its own crew than it killed other planes. Okay. Do we think... How much has it got... What's the burn time? Burn time is 6 minutes. So we've probably got a bit too much fuel in this. Or we could just up the size of the engine. I think, considering we wanted to fly this out to the barge, I think engine increase is probably better. So we'll whack it up to 30. Yeah, back up to 30% instead of 25%. And that should be fine. Cool. Okay. That should be fine. That's just like, that's what I've said every single time we've flown this damn thing. Okay. When's the next For All Kerbal Kind? There's literally one on Sunday. It's been premiered. It's on Karnas's channel. It'll be coming out on Sunday. So there's a premiere. And where's my next one coming out? That will be next weekend. They're every weekend, apart from when it's N9's turn, because N9 is bad at keeping to schedules. He's always, if not 2 days late, uploading on a Tuesday, he's over a week late. But he'll never release on a Sunday, don't you know? He's allergic to that. If he's over 2 days late, he won't release the following Sunday. He'll release like another 2 days after that. Okay. Here we go. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. It's fine. It's fine. We're in the air. Okay. We need at least 100 meters per second before this thing flies. Oh. Oh. We're in the air. Oh, yes. Okay, what kind of trim does this need? It doesn't really need trim. It was just a bit too heavy. Oh. Hell yeah. We've only gone and done it. Yeah. Still struggles to take off. That's just because of the landing gear arrangement, but that's just realistic. Awesome. It's flying. Okay, let's cut the engine and see if we can glide through Beggar's Canyon. Here we go. It actually flies really well. It just needs a bit of speed. Now we've got that. Flies like a dream. Do a climb. Okay, let's see how high this thing can get. It's really quite stable. Like, I'm not touching the keyboard now. Look, we're doing a 40-degree climb and accelerating. Oh, no, we're decelerating. Okay, we can't quite do a 40-degree climb. Can you do a 30-degree climb? I think the wing angle I got pretty much spot on as well. Like, as long as you're within a prograde marker, you've pretty much nailed it. I think it's a little bit too steep an angle on those wings. We probably want to lower that a little bit. Again, I was just trying to make it realistic to the real thing, but I think we've already established that that's a... whoop! Okay, it's not that stable when you get to higher speeds. I think we just got way too steep an angle on these wings. We should have had like a 1 or 2 degree angle. We went for a 5-degree angle. We're in a flat spin again. Can we eject? There's got to be an ejection button. Is it like... yeah, okay, it's not the backspace button. If we ignite the engine, we can probably recover from this. Come on. Come on! Come on, come on, Beatty. You can recover this. We just gotta flip the nose. I mean, having gimbal on the engine would probably help, but that would also make the price of the aircraft go up. And we're not about that in Penguin Aerospace. We're about cutting every corner. Oh. Come on. Point that nose down. Point the nose down. Oh. Come on. No. We were so close. We were so close. Let's undo that. Remove the pilot compartment and the pilot, and now we have an even cheaper rocket plane with even more funding available. Yeah, it's the angle on these wings for sure. So let's lower these. It's way too steep of an angle. It's way too chonky of a plane as well. I think the plane actually maybe needs to be thinner. I don't know. Okay, so we went to a 5-degree. Let's go to 2.5 and just reduce this. I want to be world as well. That's increasing that dihedral. Again, that was a... yeah, I think that's probably more like it. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that. And the size of the engine's pretty much spot on, though. I'm happy with that. I think just a little bump to the engine size means it can fly. It's cute when it's chunky. Wheels on the couplers. Can't be having those pesky things on the sleek, smooth death trap. I mean, in reality, it decoupled its landing gear. It actually did. It had those landing gear. It dropped when it took off. And then it just came to a nice bumpy landing. I don't trust my ability to land this thing without landing gear, though. But in reality, it actually did that. I kept the tail wheel, I think, but that little undercarriage thing, those two wheels at the front, it fully did decouple those. I'm not sure I trust my ability to fly it and land it without them, though, because this thing doesn't fly unless it's at quite high speed. I guess when it's fully drained of fuel, maybe it could touch down for a gentle landing. That's something to test once we've actually flown this thing, though. Without, I mean, crashing it on takeoff. Whoop! Okay, again, chaotic takeoff, but we're in the air. Okay, we've kind of got the knack of that now. Let's just, instead of doing any crazy maneuvers, we're just going to try and see if we can get through the sound barrier. Because that's what the name of the stream is. Let's see if we can do it. Last time it lost stability about the 150 meters per second mark. So this is pitching down. So we need about... We're just going to carefully adjusting the trim. And let's see if we can get through the sound barrier. I mean, the real one couldn't get through the sound barrier. And it's a little bit chunky, I think, to get through the sound barrier. But we're going to try. We just got to carefully adjust the trim as it accelerates. Come on. Come on. Still accelerating. Ooh. Oh god, this thing gets really unstable. It's unstable in pitch. And that's because it doesn't have elevators. Like, no way. I don't think this thing is gonna be stable enough to get through the sound barrier without elevators. That's why we keep going into flat spins. It's a typical thing of a flying wing. I like the explosions though. The explosions look great in this game. So, you know, it works. The center of mass is shifting. Do the fuel tanks not drain evenly? Because that would affect things. Let's keep an eye on them this time. Okay, so we got this one at the front. And then this one at the back. And let's see if they... Yeah, they should be draining... Oop, don't know what I did to the camera. Yeah, they're draining evenly. So the center of mass shouldn't really shift. Not too much, anyway. Look, like, it flies. But I think if we want to actually go through the sound barrier, I think maybe designing something that didn't go through the sound barrier as my first rocket plane to go through the sound barrier was maybe not the brightest of ideas. I mean, I probably should have just designed the Bell X1, right? But we have the technology we need now. Like, we've proven it. And again, like, this is flying at 200 meters per second, and it's flying fine. So maybe it is the shifting center of mass. Then again, like, they're all draining evenly, right? So it should be keeping the center of mass in the center. Like, when we're pulling maneuvers, this thing's fine. It seems to just be in level flight. It just does not like... Because look, this is great. This is flying like a dream. We're saying ditch the front wheels. Maybe it is the front wheels. Open the velocity trap. I need to see the... Okay, so where is that? Oh, this one. Does it just show it on here? Oh, whoops. Maybe entering a flat spin as soon as I opened that wasn't the brightest of ideas. We'll try launching it, and I'll let you have a look at the velocity tab. Maybe ditching the front wheels actually is the thing. I mean, obviously those are going to be producing a lot of drag, and that's going to be producing a lot of instability. Kill 8.5. We just didn't see that one. It's fine. It got censored. Okay. Ooh, didn't want to do that. Okay, here we go. So our drag loss is not terrible. Whoop! Interesting takeoff as usual. But again, see, it's quite naturally stable when it starts off. It really must be those landing gear. I mean, look at that. Look at the silhouette, like the impact on the silhouette. Maybe you reach a certain fuel percentage, you become unstable. Okay, let's keep an eye on the fuel percentage. And we'll see at what point I lose control each time. Because, yeah, it does seem to be around the same mark, doesn't it? It doesn't seem to be a certain speed. It seems to be a certain amount of time flying. Because, look, this thing's great fun to fly. Keep an eye on those drag numbers. Yeah, the drag loss is not good, actually. Those wheels are definitely doing something. We can try decoupling them. I don't have faith in my ability to land it again, but we can try it. Oh yeah, this is definitely becoming... Maybe it's just because it's getting faster, though. If I turn the engine down, does it fly okay? Is it just the velocity that's causing us to be unstable? No. What? Okay, did you see what fuel percentage we were at there when we crashed? Kill 9. Yeah, that rapidly became unstable. That's 60. Yeah, so you're about right. Let's see what happens to the center of mass if we put everything to 65%. Because obviously not all these fuel tanks are born equal. So we got our... There we go. Okay, so if we whack this down to 65%. Okay, so it's there. It's just behind, so that line's just behind that. So, okay, 65%. 65%. We're just going to see what happens to the center of mass. 65%. 65. It's about the same place. So I don't think it's that. They're just bad at flying. I mean, it's going to be unstable because it doesn't have... You need the separate elevators, really. So, you know, we'll probably do an X1 next time. Because, yeah, this is not going to be stable. Going through the sound barrier. Which, you know, I probably could have known. But, you know. What are you going to do? Okay, let's add a decoupler. I guess it's radial interstage, right? Do we have those? Strut, nose cone, fuel tank, side interstage. Here we go. Right, we're going to decouple these landing gear now. Let's see what happens when we do that. Oh, didn't want to do that. That'll probably help with the stability on takeoff problem. Just make these wheels a little thinner. Make this wheel a bit thicker. Can I make that thicker? Wheel width, is that an option? No, I don't think so. That's fine. Okay. You happy now? We're gonna try to couple in them. See what happens. Let's have a look at our stage. Yeah, we don't want these to be in the same stage. There we go. So we take off to couple the wheels. Cool. Then skid extends from the bottom on landing. Interesting. Do the same gear for different planes. They just take off gear. Landing, you know what? We'll figure that out if we ever get to that stage, which I doubt we will. If we can fly long enough to drain all the fuel from this thing, then I'll consider that a problem to deal with then. Kurgut, hello! Glad to catch live. You're only catching the final parts of the stream, but this is the most interesting part of the stream because this is when we're actually flying this particular rocket plane, which I'm sure bears no resemblance to any particular rocket plane from history. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Little stutter as it loads in the parallax. Oop, and it trips over the, the runway. Yeah, I think... I was going to say that shrinking the wheels made it more stable, but no, that takeoff is definitely just as chaotic. Okay, cool. You guys happy now? We've still got this little tail gear, but that's not quite in the silhouette of the craft, so... Yeah, that's definitely affecting the drags. It's affected the flight characteristics of this thing. Whoop! I did not pull up fast enough. Ignore that one. That one doesn't count. Yeah, making these wheels, the front wheels thinner, I thought that adding a bit more drag to the back would make that more stable, but that just made the takeoff even more chaotic. Okay. I was too busy like checking out how it affected the flight characteristics of the aircraft. Oh, and our wings aren't quite aligned. It seems that they're not quite in line with each other. They need adjusting. I'll fix that in a bit. Whoop, whoop. That's fine. Any takeoff you can walk away from. Okay, cool. Let's see if this thing's like stable now in flight. Seems to need a little bit more trim though. I know it's stabilizing out the faster we get. It looks cool though. Like it's a cool little rocket plane. I'm pretty happy with it. I think maybe I should just add gimbal to the engine. Gimbal on the engine would give us another point of control, which I feel would stop it losing control, and we could still keep the aesthetic. I think that might actually be the solution to our problems. Just gimbal on the engine, genuinely. Because look, this thing flies great. It definitely flies better without those landing gear though. Let's keep an eye on those fuel gauges and see if that problem... Because look, I can pull like a high G maneuver and this thing flies fine at the moment. But then when it gets to about the 60% mark, that's when it likes to become a little yeah, it definitely is the fuel. Something to do with it that's losing control. Because look, there we go. Let's realign ourselves with that. And yeah, it's definitely, yeah, it wants to pitch up. It's just becoming unstable actually. It wants to pitch up or down. It is something to do with the fuel. But we saw the center of mass didn't move, as far as I'm aware. And these are all draining evenly. So I'm not sure what's up with that. Let's try transferring fuel into the nose. So is this the nose? There we go. And then if we set this one to drain, does that work? Why has it set both of them? Oh, they're on the same ID? Huh? Okay, that was strange. For some reason it was correcting both of them. Any way to set center and mass during flight? I don't know. I don't know why I couldn't transfer fuel between those tanks, though. That was weird. Yeah, it hits 67% and does become unstable. I'm not entirely sure why. They're in the same tank set. Okay. How do I change that? I assume it's in here. How do I change the tank set? Is it priority? They're all at equal priority, like flow priority. Tanks are draining your batteries is towards the front. Earlier when you checked the center of mass move, you also decreased the size of the battery. No, I didn't. I didn't click the battery. I didn't touch the battery. I just did the fuel tanks. And also the battery, I'm pretty sure, is in the center of mass. Not quite, but that means the center of mass should move forward, which means it should become more stable rather than less stable. Okay, well let's try something. Fuel tanks with a higher priority will be drained first. How do I change the tank set though? To current tank with arrows. Huh? Yeah, I have no idea how to change the tank set, guys. Ah, here we go. Well, it's all tanks in set. How do I change those sets, though? That's not intuitive to me. We got the fuel type. Group 1. Is it the group? People are saying they don't know how to change it, which isn't ideal. Okay. Well, high priority we drain first. Okay, so let's set this one front 1 to 0 and then everything else to 1. So we just make sure that this stays nose heavy. Tank set under the right under fuel level. Ah, there we go. But yeah, but how do we change it? Connected fuel tanks are always combined into a single tank set. Right, so you can't drain between a single fuel tank. You've got to set priority. You can't transfer between them. Okay, so you can't change that. Good to know. Good to know. But we can set priority, right? So if we set, so the front fuel tank always remains fueled. We were also going to adjust this wing slightly. So it's aligned with that wing. There we go. What else was I going to do? Add gimbal to the engine. I think that might solve our problems. Okay, let's add gimbal to this engine. Just put it at 10 degrees, maximum control authority. Who needs a tailplane, huh? That's going to move our center of mass. It's going to make the engine much heavier, I think. How much does that affect the... Oh, not much. We should probably move these wings back a little bit, though. Some world grid size of 0.5. 0.25, I think. They only need to move a tiny little bit. Oop. Yeah, that's probably enough. Okay, last try, and then we'll pack it in, I think. Okay, here we go. Last design, anyway. Tank set is a scam by Big Tank. Table fuel transfer. Yeah, so you can't. You can. Oh wait, here we go. No, that's just the explosive power. Wait. This is all tanks. I've got all tanks in selected. Is that why? And then that's why. It was because this was set to all tanks. Okay, that makes sense. We can transfer fuel. You know what? Yeah, we'll keep these two pinned. So this is the front and this is the back. So we'll set this one to filling. No. And this one to drain. Okay, but this requires another thing to be set to drain. So yeah, so we just push this and it will start draining tank. But yeah, I mean, no, it should be the other way around actually, because this one's going to be kept full. We're going to see if that keeps this stable. So we'll fill this tank as and when we need to. Okay, let's try this. The 100% marker is a little bit irritating, if I'm honest. But I guess it's just to tell us that we're doing... Whoop. Okay, you know. Any takeoff that, again, you don't quite walk away from, but... Let's see if this thing stays stable. Having the gimbal's got to help. It's not flying quite as well. It wants to pitch down, I think. Yeah, I definitely moved the wings a bit too far backwards. Particularly if you want to go near supersonic, you want it sort of pitching up because your center of lift moves back as you go through the sound barrier. Another reason why you really need a control surface at the back. You can make a conical flat end fuel tank. Select the tank, press F to enter shaping mode. Not be as nice, but it would have a flat end. Oh, I didn't know that. Good to know. So, we're keeping the front fuel tank full. And this is flying great. I think just keeping weight in the nose helps this fly okay. This has definitely drained way more than it drained before. And it's flying just fine. I think that might have been the solution, guys. Can we go through the sound barrier? We're at Mach 0.9. Need a little bit of trim. The wings are definitely in the wrong place. I moved them way too far backwards. Can we get through it? Can we do it? Oh, no way can we do it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. We can do a little bit of a dive. Oh, this thing does not want to... Okay, okay, come on. This is really stable as well. Look, like, it's naturally returning. Suspicion. Come on, come on, come on. We should be able to view from the cockpit. Can we view from the cockpit? No, it's not an option for us for some reason. But if we click this and view, camera on this part, or activate this part. Oh no, that retracted the canopy. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I guess that's how you eject. Well, we found out how to eject, guys. I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to do, no, not that. Uh-oh. Plane. I just want to see from Yuri's perspective. We've lost control of the aircraft. Well. At least I found out where the camera button is. No, even then, I don't know how to set. Oh, no, there we go. Well. The command disc is control of the plane. Oh, okay. Well, I guess Yuri wishes he'd have known that before bailing out. Do they not have parachutes? Or is that like a part you have to unlock? Oof. Okay. I just want to adjust the wings. I think square brackets switching between druid and plane. Okay, okay, that makes sense. I just want to adjust the wings slightly because we messed up our center of lift there. I know I said that would be the last try, but we're so close to getting this working. That just draining into the front tank just fixed it, completely fixed the stability of the aircraft, and it makes it more stable as you fly. These wings. Is it just the X position? No, it's the Z position. Okay. So that's... aligned. Okay, so 0.202. Just move it forward ever so slightly to 3.2. Okay, so forward by 3. So minus 7.65. Cool, that's pretty much spot on. That, I think, will be fine. I think adding the gimbal on the engine certainly didn't hurt, but maybe we can do it without it. Or maybe it was the gimbal on the engine that fixed everything. Who knows? We'll figure it out. You can set the cockpit as the primary command pod in the editor. Yeah, we probably don't need the command disk, do we? Like, because you can use the cockpit as the command and control thing. So the command disk is kind of superfluous. We could probably just remove that. You can type math, so you can just type minus 2 plus 0.03 into coordinates. Okay, that's cool. I didn't realize that. That's really useful. And this likes to veer while taking off, but it's fine. There we go. Okay. Yeah, having the gimbal on the engine definitely helped. But this thing doesn't need to be super maneuverable. We're not actually using it as a fighter aircraft. Let's see if we can gain some altitude. Yeah, it's quite nice and stable actually. Gain some altitude, and then see if we can get through the sound barrier. At long last, it's been oh crikey, it's been almost 4-hour stream. I'm not going over the 4-hour mark. Okay. Through the sound barrier. Come on, let's do it. We've got how many minutes of burn time? 3 minutes of burn time. That's long enough to get through the sound barrier. Need a little bit of trim. Okay. Come on, Yuri. So, okay, so you have to select the actual druid itself to no, is it square? Ah, switch the cockpit. No, that doesn't seem to work. Switch to Yuri. Aha! There we go. Can we still control the aircraft? No, we can't control the aircraft when we switch to Yuri, though, so that's probably... I guess if we gave control to Yuri... If we switch the control to the cockpit, then that would probably be fine, but... Yeah, it's because it's the command disk that's controlling it, not Yuri. Okay. Come on. Come on. Come on. Mach 1. We did it! 30 tech points. Fast you can under 15 kilometers high, keeping your trajectory mostly horizontal. Through the sound barrier, gang. We did it. Wow. We actually did it. Okay, let's cut that engine. We're not going to take any chances. And let's see if we can bring Yuri back home alive. That's all I'm interested in doing in this stream. Can we get him home? So there's the airfield over there. Pity, break the sound barrier, not Yuri's neck. See, this plane is perfectly fine and nice. Yeah, no test pilots were harmed in the making of this stream, I promise. See, in reality, they would have to burn off all of the fuel in the aircraft before landing, because otherwise it would explode when they touch down. We probably don't have the same constraints. What is the mass of this thing? We got mass on the entire vehicle. Craft mass, 4.5 tons. Most of that is fuel. We can adjust some fuel if we need to. We'll pin these. So that's the front one. So the front one at the top, rear one at the back. And we can transfer between those as need be. I might drain the rest of the fuel. Or at least a good chunk of it. Just so we can make this a little lighter. Because we don't have landing gear anymore. I have quick saved Velociraptor, it's fine. I just quick saved. We don't have any landing gear. So this is going to be an interesting landing. For sure. It's draining from the back to the front? Did I not set the priority on this one right? Possibly not. Anyway, let's... Oh, crikey. We're going at quite high speed. We've got the Mach effect. So let's cut that engine and just cut some of this speed. See if we fly okay subsonic, because the laws of aerodynamics certainly change once you exceed the sound barrier. We need to bleed off a lot of this speed and lose this fuel. Okay, we're going to need to circle around a little bit and just try and dump all this fuel. I don't think there's any way of dumping all the fuel, is there? You can blow it up. We don't really want to do that. So let's just see if we can ditch the fuel. We've got about 40 seconds of fuel left. And we're about 3.5 tons now. Okay, we'll save a little bit for our final approach in case something goes terribly wrong and we need to circle around. But, okay, let's... Yeah, the control authority in this is not ideal. I am going to move some of the fuel backwards and just get a little bit more control over this. There we go, that's flying a lot better now. It was a little bit too stable. I think draining the fuel forward during flight, just ensuring that we stay as stable as possible, was a good idea. I think our center of mass was just moving slightly backwards, which was not ideal. Okay. We're going to quick save here, because it's flying quite nicely. And here we go, we're going to come in for our landing. We're going to like flare right as we get up to the runway. I'm just going to give us as much control authority as we can, because we're going to need to like stall this onto the runway. Oh, we drained a bit much of that. It's a little unstable. Oh, we're going in way too hot. Way too hot. Okay, we're going to go around. I'm going to try that again. Way too fast. Yeah, it's just quite delicate, the stability, like as to where the center of mass is. It moves slightly too far backwards and suddenly it becomes very unstable. But it moves a little bit forward and suddenly this is a very, very stable aircraft to fly. Like, we very comfortably went through the sound barrier. I'm quite happy with this thing. I'm quite happy with it. Like, it took a bit of tweaking to get it to work, but we didn't even need gimbal on the engine in the end. We went through the sound barrier without that. So I think we've made a pretty decent little replica here, and it's managed to go through the sound barrier, so can't really complain. Ooh. Oh no. Oh, that was close. Oh. Okay. Let's try that pass again. We just missed it. Okay, get a little bit more velocity. There we go. Okay. That was close. That was way too close. Okay, we didn't give ourselves quite enough space to turn around there. Okay, come on. It's got quite a large sort of turning circle, really, which isn't ideal for coming in for a landing. Probably need to have like a longer lineup. Again, this thing like actually glides like really well. A little bit too well. Whoop. I mean, that almost worked. Ah, we keep coming in like way too hot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well. Oh, I thought he was going to survive. I thought he was going to survive that. I was like, oh, well, you know, close enough. No. Okay. Attempt number 2. He was alive. Briefly. Then he got crushed by his own cockpit. Yuri the 13th. Shh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll try that again. Okay, we need to just sort of slow quite aggressively on this approach, which means we really need to drain some of this fuel out of the nose. So this is the nose, right? Okay. Let's move some of that fuel. And there we go. This is so much more maneuverable now. It's just a little bit unstable, but it turns a lot better. We can ditch some of this speed. See, this is flying way better now. Just means it's going to get a little bit more unstable at low speeds, but we need to do these turns to just bleed off some of this velocity. Okay. I think we can do this. Even without landing gear. It's definitely feasible. Okay, we're coming in a little slower this time. Come on. Come on, Yuri. Put her down. Oh! Oh, come on! Come on! That was beautiful. And it just tripped over the end of the runway. I hate that lip on the runway. We've tripped over that so many times. I hate that. Pedro, if you're watching, fix that. Fix that thing. You killed Yuri. That should not have happened. Come on. That was so close. We learned a lot about like transferring fuel and aircraft stability today. I mean, anyone who's watched the this is the rear one, so we want to fill this one. Anyone who's watched the entire stream today has hopefully learnt a lot. I've explained a lot about aerodynamics. You've got to watch what not to do. So this is just on the borderline of being unstable. But it's just okay. Okay, let's bleed off some of this speed. It's nice to hit. Oh, thanks, Velociraptor. You have learned a bit. Okay, this is well lined up. In fact, we are going to quick save here because this is something I shouldn't be able to screw up. Okay. Just kiss the runway. Like you're kissing your sister. as the penguins in Madagascar put it. Oop. Okay, never mind. Let's try that again. Oh, Yuri's an ace. He's an ace. He's an ace! Oh, damn it. Stall, yeah. Lesson 2, don't drop your landing gear on takeoff. You told me to. I dropped it because you were all complaining. You're like, oh, the landing gear is the problem. The only reason we're ditching the landing gear is because that's what it did in reality. I didn't want to ditch it. I blame you. I blame chat for that. It's chat's fault that Yuri keeps dying. Okay, yeah, we do need to bleed off a bit more speed, though. You guys are right about that. So we'll do another approach. It's fine. We have the power of quick saves. Just say that it happened in another universe and call it a day. Look how much velocity this thing maintains. This is a really good glider. Like, just the size of the wings and everything. It glides really well. Come on. Come on. Get that nose up. Ooh. Ooh, that was close. Come on. Come on, Yuri. Put it down. Put it down. Oh, yes. Like a glove. First try. Honest. Anyone says otherwise is propaganda. Matt Lown propaganda. Nailed it. It's going to happen when you're low on tech, no landing gear. We did have landing gear. We just ejected it. There we go. Right at the 4-hour mark. We landed. Okay. So notes to myself next week. This thing could definitely do better. It can definitely go faster. What did we decide it needed? I mean, it needs to have the control disc removed because it doesn't need that. And a few sort of tweaks. I think the wings need to be moved forward slightly. But on the whole, this works pretty well. This is a pretty good little rocket plane. I think we could probably fly this. Maybe not to the drone ship. I don't know. It seems a bit far. It hasn't got that much fuel. But maybe. Maybe we can whack a jet engine into it once we have the jet engine tech. So perhaps, yeah, we'll use... It was press F, was it? When you're molding the nose cone? And then we can add a flat end to it. We can probably stick a jet engine into this thing and an intake into the front. Because it's a pretty decent design for just an early prototype aircraft. You see most of the early jet aircraft have this kind of design. The basic large swept wing. They basically just stuck an engine in a glider because if the experimental engine failed, you knew it could glide back to the runway. That's why this thing glides so well when it's empty of fuel, pretty much. People saying fuel tank, not nose cone. Okay, so you can shape the fuel tank. I want it to be a slowly tapered cone though, not just a sharp cone. But yeah. Cool. There we go. That's a good place to end this stream. I think we'll end that flight. We'll recover this craft. And we see what we got from that, actually. Yeah, we got a lot of tech points from that, from breaking the sound barrier. So, you know, we have... I think we can actually get... Yeah, we can actually get OP leaf blowers. So I think that's probably going to be the way to go. In the next episode. Get new contracts. Yeah. Let's get those jet engines. We'll improve it with a jet engine next time. And yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed. I hope you've maybe learned something from my ramblings about aerospace. I hope you enjoyed. We managed to get through the sound barrier, which I didn't actually think we'd be able to do today. So flying over to that ground station, getting those tech points, getting that cockpit, slapping a rocket engine on. It took a while, it took a few tweaks, but I'm pretty happy with the end result. So thank you for joining me. It's been a bit of a longer stream, kind of to make up for missing a week and for having a bit of a shorter stream before that. But I will be streaming next week, but it won't be Friday. It will be Thursday. So I'll be streaming next Thursday. Same time, but Thursday instead of Friday. Okay? So it won't be too long of a stream since I'll have work the next day.
But that's the plan, as I'm not available next Friday.
Okay. See you all next week. See you next Thursday. Thanks for joining, guys. Velocity Raptor, Black Eagle, Casa 3. Hope you liked having the name of the plane be your choice. You got your name on a plane with that silhouette. I hope you're happy with that. And Pedro, I'm sorry if you don't approve of the plane I built today. Maybe it's a good thing these streams are unlisted. Thanks for watching, guys. And I'll see you next week. Stay safe.